closer. I hope people are feeling very festive at the moment as we are approaching, obviously, a very big weekend. I do need to get that stream set up. That is very high on the priority list. But John Cena's final match is going to be this weekend. And yeah, it's crazy to think we're in the final run now. We've been talking about it all year. We know who his opponent is going to be, and that obviously has took up a lot of conversation time during 2025. But after this weekend, that is it. It is over. There is no more conversation to be had. John Cena will still be around, but he's just not going to be competing, right? So we expect him to show up like once a year, something like that, pop up at WrestleMania, maybe pop up at a SummerSlam, or if there's like a big anniversary type Raw or SmackDown. So it's not that we're not ever going to be seeing him again. It's just that he'll never be wrestling again. And I genuinely do believe that he is done. I still get people asking, do you think it's a swerve? Do you think that The Rock's going to come out and say, I'll see you at WrestleMania or something along those lines? And the honest answer is no. Everything all year from every single person that's been interviewed connected with WWE is that this is it. And they've sold tickets to this show, quite high prices as well, under the banner that this is it and that it ends this weekend. So if there is any doubt out there, any lingering doubt out there that this is really John Cena's final match, all I can tell you is that I am 99.999999% certain it is. And the only reason I'm not saying 100% is because there's been a few shocks in the past, in recent years. CM Punk's return would be one of them. Brock coming back this year would be one of them. But yeah, so it would have to be kind of truly up there. I really do think this is it. So that's this Saturday. It's getting very, very real. And the reason why we just touched on that is because I do think tonight's Raw is going to feature very heavily on that, of course. I think there's going to be a lot of talk about Saturday. There's going to be a lot of kind of final promotional push for Saturday. So I do think, in a way, this is a bit of a go-home show. But it's a weird go-home show because it's a go-home show for a show that hasn't really got much to it. I mean, it's John Cena's last match. We've done a big tournament for that. And then the only other matches are main roster against NXT. And they're just exhibition matches. Like, there's no story to those or build for those. So, I mean, I'm guessing Oba could be around. We know that Oba is going to be taking on Cody now. And that is actually a really interesting match. I think Cody gets the win. But the idea of Oba winning thanks to Drew, I think, is a very real possibility as well. I don't think Oba wins clean. I don't think they would want their NXT champ going over their WWE champ, you know. Cody is the mountaintop. I don't think they would have Oba beat him clean. I also don't think that would be a good idea. But could he win thanks to Drew? Yeah, we could see that. Probably more likely that it's a Cody win, though. But interesting. And we know as well that we've got Bayley against Sol Ruka, and that match should absolutely bang. So we do have other matches other than John. And so we should maybe get another match added to that card tonight. But let's have a look, just see what we've got. Then we'll jump into the chat. So, War Raiders challenging AJ Styles and Dragon Lee in a World Tag Team title match. I'm guessing AJ, Dragon Lee retain, of course, this is for the tag belts. Gunther returns to the ring after winning the last time is now tournament. So, I don't know if that means he's having an actual match or if he's just going to be in ring doing a promo. But obviously, no surprise, we're going to be hearing from Gunther tonight. Lyra Valkyria takes on Roxanne Perez. And then find out what is next for the Women's World Champion, Stephanie. So there we go. That is a little preview. Not loads. I mean, obviously, Becky is still crashing out. I'm guessing there'll be another Natty vignette. I'm trying to think what else they could give us. Because we're not really building to anything other than this weekend. Royal Rumble is still quite a distance away, you know. So we're in this weird point of year where we're just sort of spinning the wheels a little bit. Just sort of spinning the wheels. We've got to get Christmas out the way. We need to get into January, where we can start to, really turn our attention to the Rumble. It's a bit too early to do it now. So I suppose, really, it's just about this weekend. It's just about John Cena saying goodbye this weekend. Okay, Kep the Dream. Shout out to you, buds. Said, Daze, where do we see Tiffy 2026 WrestleMania? Where do we see Tiffy 2026 WrestleMania win wasted? No, I don't think her WrestleMania win was wasted. I think with Tiffy, right, the way I view her is that she's a great prospect. She's a lump of clay that has learnt so much in like 3 years that she's been involved in wrestling. Her journey within wrestling has been very short. She was a gymnast before. And actually, one of the things that gets praised about Tiffany is one of the things that I think is a problem. They celebrate and praise the fact she got to a world title so quickly. And that is great. Like, well done, amazing achievement. The downside is that she doesn't have loads of experience, and she doesn't have loads of kind of tools in the arsenal, because she hasn't been able to learn them. The thing for me is what you see with Tiffany is what you get, and that is it. There is nothing else. She can't freshen up her matches. She can't deliver killer promos. Like if what she's doing isn't working, there is no alternative, because she spent 3 years learning what we've seen, and there's nothing else. And, that's the problem when you don't come through the indie circuit, or you don't spend longer in NXT, or you don't go through, say, like a mid-card belt first. If you're going to take someone from 0 to 100 and you're going to put them at the very top of the tree, at the very top of the mountain, that quickly, there are downsides to that. There are downsides. I mean, and the downside is you are going to expose them and expose everything they can do to the largest audience possible in wrestling. And it's a sink or swim moment, isn't it? And I think she was swimming at first. And then I think we got to WrestleMania. She rightfully got the win over Charlotte. And then I think after that, we started to sink. I think after that, her feuds, her match quality declined. And I think that she needs to be in there with really good people that know what they're doing to have them carry a little bit of the weight of the match. We live in a world where, people want everything now. And I think the thing with Tiffany is that she has found herself in a situation where she has been over-pushed. I think that's the truth. I mean, I like her. I'm talking as someone that was a fan of Tiffany in NXT. But I'm also a fan of graft, hard work, putting in the effort. And this is why I'm just not crazy about people going from 0 to 100, from nothing to world championships. Like, for me, it's about the climb, It's about trying to climb up that mountain. It's about trying to get to the very top. And I think that you learn so much on that journey. And she's just not really been on that journey. She hasn't really spent... It's not like she's been on the main roster 5 years, done a load of house shows. We don't even do house shows much anymore. So, I mean, the amount of matches that she's going to be having, I'm sure she's learned loads, right? But not as much as if she had kind of done the circuit and done 200 matches a year for the past 5 years. I mean, that's the kind of education that people used to get. And she just hasn't got that, doesn't have the opportunity to get that now. So I think it's good that she's having a break. I think it's good that we took the belt off her. I don't think it was working anymore. I think it was right to do that. I think it was right for her to have a break. Bring her back. Hopefully she's doing some work at the PC right now. I mean, if not, I would advise that she does. And, keep adding to her moveset. Keep, working, watching her matches back, looking at things like Could she have done some selling a little bit better? Could she involved the crowd a little bit more? You know, if we went and looked at Cage Match now, or even the community scores, we would see that it's just been really average after WrestleMania. How can she improve those? How can she pick up that match quality? How can she improve her promos? You know, it's down to her to make those improvements. Now, I would say that the WrestleMania win wasn't wasted because it allowed her to continue past WrestleMania, right? So she picks up the win. It's a big win on a massive stage in front of a lot of people that only watch a few times a year. People tune in for WrestleMania and nothing else. So her being victorious over Charlotte, right, at WrestleMania, there's no way that can be a waste. So she has got that, moved on. But for me, the bigger concern is the drop-off in her output after WrestleMania that I think needs to improve. And then, you know, bring her back next year. Hopefully she's been doing that training. I mean, I don't know about you, but I have the expectation that wrestlers put in the same amount of work that they're telling us Maxine Dupree is putting in. Maxine Dupree is nothing special to me. And I know I rant about this a lot, but the idea that someone is training hard and that is something different and special is crazy to me. This is what all of them should be doing. This is definitely what Tiffany Stratton should be doing, right? I mean, frankly, if she isn't, she doesn't belong on the main roster, right? You have got to be, I mean, you're getting paid hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Some of them are being paid millions of dollars. You're on international TV. You've got the world idolizing you, right? You've got all your fans and everything. Are you really telling me that you're not putting in that hard work behind the scenes? She's got to be. Surely. And not just Tiffany, but all of them. Hence why the Maxine Dupree thing is nothing special. They should all be doing that. And that's why I don't know. I'm at a loss when it comes to that whole situation. But in regards to Tiffany, I hope she's doing that work. I hope she's making the improvements. Long term, she'll be better for 2025 and everything she's been through. Because this all adds to the experience. So I wouldn't look at it as a negative. I wouldn't look at it as like, oh, I can't believe they took the belt off her. She has to take responsibility for not just, you know, killing it. If her matches were like 4 stars plus every single time, her promos were killer every single time, the merch sales were still popping off. I mean, I never see her in the top 10 when it comes to like merch sales. Video views and nothing special on YouTube. I mean, she's done fine. That's the truth. She's done fine. She's a good talent. She absolutely deserves her place on the main roster. I don't doubt that, but time to kick on now. Yeah. And time to move forward in 2025. If she can put on killer matches, great promos on a consistent basis, she'll be good for life. You won't need to worry about her at all. She'll get championship runs and she'll get Rumble wins and she'll get WrestleMania appearances. But it's all about when you're given the ball, what do you do with it? And I got to admit, man, I think it fell off after Mania. I think it fell off. I don't know if she got disillusioned with how that feud went. I don't know if she just struggled a little bit with the pressures. I don't know if she ran out of steam. I don't know if she ran out of ideas. It could be one of those, 2 of those, all of those. There could have been personal problems behind the scenes. I don't know. But what I do know was that her output after WrestleMania was not that great, not that compelling, not a championship reign that I was that bothered about seeing end, to be honest. But it doesn't mean that that's it for her. Go away, learn a new trick, come back later. So, Kep, shout out to you, buds. Bozo CB, shout out to you, my friends. And David said WWE have announced the following changes for Raw and SmackDown next week. Due to Christmas, Raw and SmackDown is going to start a few hours early. David, thank you. That's interesting. So, looks like there's going to be a slight interruption, if you will, or a slight change to Raw and SmackDown, and next week. We knew that they were tape shows, but looks like they're just going to be, bringing them forward. They're trying to do, I think, a SmackDown taping after Raw, aren't they? So it would make sense to kind of start that a little bit earlier. Andrew said, when do we think heel Cody should happen? To be honest, whenever they want it in the story, I don't think it's something that necessarily needs to happen. I think it's absolutely fine for Cody to just continue being who he is. I think they are trying to give him just a little bit more of an edge. And I thought his segment on Friday was pretty good, where he jumped Drew in the car. I thought that was pretty decent. And I enjoyed... I don't mind Cody. I think the creative has been terrible. But I think that I don't massively blame him for that, as many of you know. I just think that creatively, they've not given him anything to really get his teeth into. But I thought, him jumping Drew backstage was pretty fun. Apparently, there's going to be a Drew-Cody match coming up where there's going to be some real consequences. So, whoever wins the match obviously gets the belt, but it seems like there's going to be a bit more at stake than that, and I'm not sure what that's going to entail. But that's the rumor that was doing the rounds today, that their next match isn't just going to be a normal championship match. There's going to be something more to it. So for me, fine, good. I mean, that sounds interesting. We'll have to see if it is somewhat decent. But I think Cody is someone that is got his fans. People enjoy, his work. He sells a lot of merch. I actually tweeted something out yesterday because I was listening to Bruce Pritchard. Bruce Pritchard's really important. Like, you might have seen him on WWE Unreal when Abyss was apologizing for one of the matches overrunning. And he went over to Bruce Pritchard and he's like, I just want to make this guy happy. And that's because Bruce is a very powerful person backstage. I mean, he was kind of like Vince McMahon's right-hand man, right? He would go off and do whatever Vince wanted doing, like go and get this filmed or go and make sure that this runs smoothly or, sort this, sort that, and he'd go off and do it. And, he's still with the company now. Even though Vince has gone, Bruce is still part of the company. And I think he's a big, important person behind the scenes for Triple H as well, like a real rock backstage, a real support. And so the producers of the matches, we saw in Unreal going up to Bruce, being like, I'm sorry, Bruce, I'm sorry this match is going over. And Bruce was like, well, And like Bruce there wasn't much he could say, because obviously he wasn't happy about this segment overrunning. But you've got producers coming up to Bruce and apologizing. That's like how important Bruce is. So his podcast is called Summit to Wrestle With. And it's a really good podcast because you feel like you're just getting a glimpse into the backstage, right? Now, he doesn't really talk about the current product, but there are comments that he makes that are very insightful. And one of those was really insightful, and I actually put it on my X account. And it was only a clip about a minute and a half long. And he basically said, or he got asked the question, when you're trying to decide if something is working or not, what is it that you look at? Is it video views? Is it merch sales? Is it what people are saying online? Like, what is it you look at to decide what's working, basically? And I was like, wow, that's a great question, and I can't wait for the answer, right? And he gave the answer. And it was a little bit disappointing, but also made perfect sense. The answer was the live crowds. He said, we listen to the live crowds. Those are the people that have paid money to buy a ticket. They've probably bought some merch whilst they were with us. They've come out, they've spent their time, not just their money, but their time to come to our show. And they are making their voices heard as to what it is that they, are enjoying. And so he said to those that are watching, on the internet, thank you for watching, but everyone's got an opinion. So not really interested, basically. If you're on the internet sharing your opinion or doing what we do here, thanks, not really interested. It's those that go to the live shows that make their voices heard with their reactions, their cheers, their boos. That's what is the most important thing. And there we go. I mean, there's the answer. So if that is true, and I don't see a reason why it isn't true, then that would go some way to explain why WWE have done what it is they do. People online might hate on Jey Uso's entrance, but it gets a reaction in that room every single time he does it. So, hence why he keeps doing it. So we might roll our eyes at him doing the yeet during Survivor Series, but it got a reaction from that live crowd. And as I said, that is a really important person backstage. The reason why I say this is because the support for Cody in the room live is very strong. The support for babyface Cody is good when it comes to the live crowd. It's the online community that have kind of decided that it's not working for them, brother. But Bruce is not interested. And so I don't know that there is any guarantee that he turns heel anytime soon. I think that him showing a bit more of an edge would be welcome, and I think he is doing that. I think the reason why that would be welcome is because he's probably a bit too nicey nice for certain people. So if you can just rough the edges a little bit, make the character a bit more interesting then and engaging, then you might be able to get the best of both worlds, where he can still get cheered by the live crowd, but will be more interesting for those that haven't been enjoying his work so far. So, heel turn. I mean, I'm sure it will happen, but I don't know that there's any sort of deadline on it. Connor, hello, says NXT main roster. What do we think is going to get added? We've had two. So we've got Oba and Cody, and we've got Bayley and Soul. I mean, I would think a multi-person match, to be honest. I mean, I think, how many matches are you going to be able to do? Normally, I think we do 5, but if you think one of them is John Cena's last match, I can't be alone in hoping that that gets pretty much the whole of the second hour, because you're going to need entrances. And, I mean, how much time do you want to spend on John Cena's final entrance? I mean, for me, there should be no time limit on that, yeah? You spend as long with that entrance as you want, right? I don't need John to come out and say, last one, let's go to work, run to the ring, and that's it, I'm all right with John interacting with the crowd longer than he normally would. It's his last one. So no time limit on that for me. No time limit on the match. I think we're all hoping it's 20 minutes plus. Like a proper, like as if it's main event in WrestleMania, right? No one's looking for a 5-minute match here. So if we're going to give the whole entrances 10, 15 minutes, and we're going to give the match 20-odd minutes, and we're all going to want to hear from John afterwards, like, he's going to need, and there's going to be ad breaks, he's going to need that whole second hour. So this means that how many matches are we realistically going to be able to fit into hour 1? And we've already got 2. I think 1 or 2 more matches, 2 at most, and I don't even know if you'd fit 2 in. Like, that would mean trying to get 4 matches into hour 1 with entrances and everything. I don't know. I think it's really hard. I mean, I think a multi-person one would be a really good idea, because I think if you want to show just what NXT has got, then why don't you have like an 8-person tag, where 8-men tag? You could do an 8-woman tag, an 8-men tag, or, maybe do some sort of battle royal, or battle royals, but I don't think you're going to want to do 2, one for the men, one for the women on such a short show. So, yeah, I think it's hard time-wise to fit much in. You're going to get 1 or 2 matches, and if I was booking it, I think I would try now to get some multi-person matches in there. Just do, it's an exhibition, it's a showcase. Just get 4 NXT women to take on 4 WWE main roster stars. Somewhat similar with the guys. I think it would be a good way of just getting some names onto the show, because I reckon you can only fit 1 or 2 more matches in. I've said a million times what happens when being in attendance doesn't exist for most fans, as ticket prices show no sign of slowing down. Those rich fans are going to determine what we watch, says William. Do you know, it's a really good point. It's a really good point. The average fan is being priced out. The more expensive tickets that get, the more it's only, like, you know, rich people that can afford them. And I don't know, man. I don't know how much wrestling those people watch. I mean, yeah, you're right. Die-hard fans that maybe don't have much money are being priced out. And all of a sudden now you're getting celebrities and, you know, rich people and kids of rich people that are going into the shows. And, you know, they're going with the mindset of having a great time. I'll tell you the other thing as well, though, because ticket prices getting more expensive, who wants to spend £300 on a ticket and then go and sit there and not enjoy the show? I mean, if you're going to spend that much money, you're going to be engaged in the product, aren't you? You're going to be you're going to have enjoyed what you've seen. You are completely right. It's fake. It's false. It's not a true reflection of what's going on. I mean, the point I'm making is, let's say that you watch Raw and you don't enjoy it, okay? And it's just not working for you. Well, you're not going to spend £300 on a ticket, are you? You're not going to go. So that means that the people that are going are the ones that are enjoying your current output. But that could be the minority. Do you know what I mean? That could be the minority. It's like an echo chamber. You're putting on a bad product. The people that don't like it are staying away. The minority, the few people that do like it, are buying the tickets and going. So the reactions you're getting is, this is amazing. This is brilliant. Everything you're doing is brilliant. But the majority of people are staying away. So I agree with you that does not strike me as the most important metric. That does not strike me as the most important thing that you should be paying attention to. And I'll tell you what's kind of concerning. It's very old school. Very, very old school. Because back in the 80s, we didn't have like YouTube views or social media or even loads of merch, to be honest. I mean, merch sales were a drop in the bucket compared to what we've got now. I mean, do you remember back in the day, there was like a magazine and you would order off for stuff? I mean, yeah, I'm sure people did that, but how much were they making on merch in the 80s compared to now, where there's a 24/7 WWE shop that's got new items going onto it every single day, signed. I mean, you can find things on there from like $5 to like flipping $5,000, right? I mean, there's things that have appeared on the shows that pop up on there, you know, signed bits of broken table. And I mean, think about how much they're making off merch now compared to the 80s, right? So merch, it was around, but nowhere near as big as what it is now. Nowhere near, right? No social media, no Google searching, none of that, right? TV ratings were around. I would say that was a really good indicator as to how things were going for them. But yeah, back in the day, they used TV to put on their stars to take on jobbers. And it's like, don't forget, you know, we're coming into your area this Saturday, buy your tickets. And so the TV was used to sell tickets to the live events. The TV was used to sell house show tickets. And, you know, that's where they made their money. They did 200 shows a year because they had to, because that's where they made their money, from ticket sales. That was the big driver for the business. Ticket sales. We've got to sell X amount of tickets a year. And so if you bought a ticket and went to a show, it was a bit cheaper back then, obviously. And so, yeah, you could imagine, oh my God, thank you for buying a ticket. That's the most important thing to us. And as a result, what you are cheering and booing and what you are, reacting to is so important. It's a really old school way of looking at the business. Really old school. And we're just not in that same place now. That's just, ticket sales are still massively important. But, I mean, I would argue that your TV ratings are more important because TV money is where you make most of your revenue. They make more money from TV deals than they do from selling tickets now. And that was not the case back in the day. So as a result of that, you would think that the truth would be TV ratings, wouldn't you? I would think TV ratings would be the most important thing as to whether, because if TV ratings going down, then what we're doing is not really working. So let's have a look and see the breakdowns, kind of where people are, if Roman's on the show, we get a big boost. So clearly Roman is over. But perhaps it's hard to gauge, what is not working if TV ratings going down. I mean, if TV ratings going down, then something's not working, but is it all of it? Is it a little bit of it? Perhaps it's not specific enough. So, very interesting comments. And it was kind of buried in a John Cena 2-hour video that I ended up putting on just to listen to. Because I thought Bruce talking about John for 2 hours would be really interesting to listen to. So I did put that on, and these comments from him were just buried in there. I thought it was a very, very interesting comment that he made. But I agree with you. That doesn't strike me personally as the right thing for them to be paying attention to in 2025. Yes, pay attention to it, right? Of course, pay attention to it. What the live crowd are reacting to is still massively important. But really, the most important thing in 2025? Oh, don't know. I don't think so. But, he's been in the business for 50-odd years. He could either be absolutely correct or a bit out of date. And I do worry that it's the second one, to be honest. Dean said, maybe the minority of the minority. I like watching it on TV better. I've got PTSD from the military. Crowds bother me. I understand those that want to go, says Dean. Dean, shout to you. Yeah. I think there's lots of reasons as to why people wouldn't go or wouldn't want to go. That's a really interesting one. And as I said, if you're going to spend £300 on a ticket, that means that you must really love it. I mean, would I spend £300 on a ticket right now? I don't think I would. And it's not because I hate WWE. It's because money's tight. And it's also because the current product in 2025, I don't think is worth £300 of my money, to be honest. With money being as tight as what it is for everyone, I think you've got to be putting on a product that is just really special. I think it's got to be something really special for that amount of money. It's got to be something like, I know it would have to be one of those where it's like, I can't not go, It's so good right now. And I don't know how long it's going to stay this good for. And there's this person and that story. And oh my God, it's so good. I really want to go. And to be honest with you, I don't feel that right now, unsurprisingly, right? Because 2025 has been flat. It's not been a very good year this year. And I think we're all waiting for things to improve. And who knows, if we were to get back to where we were, say 2023, 2024, perhaps then it would feel different, I mean, wow. Imagine if they were coming to your area in that build for WrestleMania 40, where you had Cody and The Rock and Roman and Punk and all of that amazing build for WrestleMania 40. I would seriously consider that. So you haven't got to go too far back, right? But I think the build for WrestleMania 40 was probably the last time where I don't know, 300 odd pound plus. I mean, 300 pounds. I don't even know where that gets you. I mean, you're spending more than that if you want to get on the floor. So, you know, 300 pound gets you in the room, but I don't even know how much to get like a good seat, a really good like floor seat or something. I mean, no idea. But yeah, I think that you haven't got to go too far back. That build to WrestleMania 40 was really, really good. Really good. Do we think LA Knight has got to turn with Heyman to be the guy, said Tom? I think LA Knight's tricky, to be honest with you. I think LA Knight has got support, and I think that he is someone that is in the mix, right? I don't know that he'll ever be the guy. In fact, I'll go as far as to say he'll never be the guy. He'll never be the WWE champion main event in night 2. The reason why I say that is because he does enjoy support, but it's not a level of support that's like, I don't see him. He's also someone I don't see his shirt selling, and he appears regular on the top 10 merch thing, right? Merch sellers. He's someone that I think is worthy of a world heavyweight championship run. I think that he's someone that is achieving much, much more than what they expected or even wanted, to be honest with you. I think when they brought in LA Knight, they brought in someone that's got lots of experience. And I think that they wanted that because it's just a good person to have on your roster. He was a good promo. He could wrestle. He had some catchphrases. He was engaging. He's a good person to have around. You need a tag partner. You need someone in a faction. You need a mystery opponent. You need to fill out the Rumble. He's reliable. He's dependable, you know? And I think that he was available and he was a good person to bring in. So they do all that. They bring him in, right? Don't know how we're going to use him. But did they have visions of him being a top guy? Absolutely. 1000% no. No. They had no intention of him being a world champion. No intention of him being a top star. This is a guy that is meant to fill out the mid-cards, be a rock, be a solid support, and put people over, you know, help that young talent achieve, you know, basically, you've pretty much had your run. You've pretty much had your career. Come and have a final payday. Come and live in the mid-card. That's it. And the crowd have took to him to an extent where they are forcing him up the card, right? They are forcing WWE to give him opportunity, to put him on premium live events. I mean, Bruce Pritchard said, we listened to the live crowd. The live crowd reactions have been great for LA Knight. And I think the truth is that he is being pushed and forced by the crowds higher up the card. This is only the crowd that are doing this. WWE themselves, I don't think want to do this. Because he's 43. How many more years has he got left in the business? I mean, 2 years, 3 years? I mean, how much longer? I mean, in 3 years' time, he'll be 46. I don't know that you want to invest in someone that's going to give you such little return. If he was 35 and we had another 10 years with LA Knight, very, very different conversation. Very different conversation. But he isn't. He's 43. And I know people say age is just a number, but the truth is that in this day and age, about mid-40s is about the end of the road. You can keep going, but you're only going to get used really sparingly, you know? I mean, they already said to Edge, we don't have anything full-time for you. And that's Edge. And we haven't got anything full-time for you. And so Edge ended up going to AEW. He didn't want to. But he said in an interview he was told, we don't have anything more for you. Now, granted, Edge, when he left, was about 50, right? So he was much, much older. So maybe LA Knight can get to like maybe a 48. Maybe we've got 5 years left with him. But the point that I'm making is WWE are not the ones that are driving this. They're not the ones that are desperately trying to find ways of getting him to the mountaintop. And I would say if it feels like he's being held down and held back, it's because he is. Because I think WWE are sort of hoping that this LA Knight movement just runs out of steam a little bit. Because the people they want to push are Bron Breakker. They want to push Jacob. They want to push Gunther. You know, they're going to be getting behind Ober. I've got no doubt about that. I think they want to get behind Trick Williams. I think, you know, apparently Paul Heyman wants to get behind Austin Theory. There's this whole generation of talent that are in their late 20s, early 30s that are going to give WWE 15 years plus of, you know, invest in them. Give them the opportunities now. You'll get 15 years out of them. With LA Knight, 3 to 5, and 5 being the absolute max. So I think that is the factor, that is the drawback, that is the reason why it's so frustrating if you are an LA Knight fan, because I think WWE have delayed, have stalled, have tried to put the brakes on this. Because if they wanted to go with this, they could have. Didn't need to be Damian Priest winning the title at WrestleMania the other year. You know, if they really wanted to pull the trigger, they absolutely could have pulled the trigger, right? There is a reason as to why they have not. There is a reason as to why they have dragged their feet. So, do I see him going on to be the guy? No, I don't. For that reason, I don't. Will he ever get to a World Heavyweight Championship? I think there's a good chance of it. Because it's quite clear this support for him is not going away. So I think that there is a chance that the fans are going to basically force him to a world title because the support is just going to be too much to ignore. And, you know, at some point, it might... I wonder if at some point it's going to start turning a bit nasty where, you know, when LA Knight loses, the crowd really boo and start chanting and we start seeing signs. I wonder when people are going to get peeved off. I wonder when it's going to, you know, go too far and there's going to be anger. I mean, you might see some anger online, but when's that going to show in the arena? When's that going to... I mean, it's all well and good booing when he loses, but does it get a bit moodier than that? Does it get a bit angrier than that? If it does, then things could get interesting then. If the crowd made it very, very clear we're done with waiting. If the crowd made it very, very clear this is our guy and we want you to push him and we want him to get to a world title, if that message could come across clearer in the arenas, things could get interesting. Complaining online doesn't do nothing. We Want Cross did not work, did it? It didn't work. And that was flipping loud, really loud. So if that didn't work, then going online saying, I hope they push LA Knight, ain't working. From what I heard from Bruce and him saying it's all about what they hear in the arenas, that says to me that things need to get, need to go to another level with that LA Knight movement. But even where things are right now, I think there's a good chance that because the amount of support has not settled and not died down, I think there is a good chance we could get him, or they could get him to that World Heavyweight Championship. So, yeah, I think, he's great. He's in a great spot. He's getting regular opportunity, regular TV time. He's being used well beyond what he was meant for. And I think that he is definitely someone that's got a great look in 2026. There's going to be more opportunity. It's just, will they actually pull the trigger? Is this a guy that's actually going to win Money in the Bank or a Royal Rumble or a World Heavyweight Championship? Or is it going to be more falling short? And it's hard to answer that. because obviously we don't know the plans for next year. Andrew said, what's your favourite John Cena moment? Favourite John Cena moment? Favourite John Cena moment would be... Honestly, it's a stupid one, but it's probably the ECW thing. So, you know, with ECW, he came out at One Night Stand and he held his belt in the air and he was getting booed out the building. The way that he dealt with that and the way that crowd was with him was something really special. I think if ever you see something that you're not used to seeing, then I think that, you know, that is really memorable. And I had never seen a crowd that intense. I'd never seen a crowd that, I mean, it was close. I mean, it's very rare to see WWE superstars in a building of that size. First of all, it was the Hammerstein Ballroom. But the entranceway was quite narrow. And actually, there was no room for John to, like, you know, really walk or anything. Like, it was really close. He just kept his hands quite close to his body, held the championship up in the air, head forward, and he just moved forward. And that's all he did for his entrance, right? Because there was like a barrier here and a barrier here, and there was just really not much breathing room, not much space, and the fans were on him, right? It was intense. There was a lot of hatred in that room for John. This was an ECW show. It was an ECW crowds, and they had no time for John Cena, who represented WWE. So he made his way down to the ring and famously, of course, takes his shirt off, throws it in the crowds. Some guy in the crowd catches it, screws it up, chucks it back at John, flips the bird, yeah? Whole crowd erupts. Cena just looks at the shirt on the ropes. He's like, okay. It is hostile. I mean, to be honest with you, genuinely, I don't think it would have took much for there to have been a riot. I don't think if Cena had got on the microphone and had said some stuff, laid into that crowd, said some stuff about them, yeah? Called ECW a joke and you're nothing but joke fans, or something like this on the microphone. I genuinely don't know what would have happened, because they felt like they were on the edge and they were ready to rumble, that crowd. Famously, that is the crowd that have the sign, if Cena wins, we riot. That very famous sign that you still see popping up from time to time at different... We saw it actually not that long ago on, I think it might have been on the Survivor Series. Someone in the crowd had a version of it. If Cena wins, we riot. It's a very, very famous sign, and that is from that show. And yeah, that could have been true. So, you know, you can look back at John's career and think about like some of the great matches that he had, some of the great WrestleMania moments that he had. Those would be great John Cena moments, right? What I just talked about there, I think is a great WWE moment. I don't think it's a great John Cena moment. I think it's a great wrestling moment, a great WWE moment, a true... I've never seen anything like this before. I've never seen a crowd that ready to fight. I've never seen a crowd that riotous or ready to riot, you know? And it was in the air. You could taste it. You could sense it. Yeah, that to me is the first thing that always comes to my mind. And it's brilliant as well. It's a really, really good match he has with Rob Van Dam, and it is for the WWE Championship. So definitely one that I recommend checking out if you've never seen the match. Is great, but also just the whole atmosphere, just so good. So I'd probably go with that, honestly, which is a bit of a weird one, but I suppose it's good to give a bit of a weird one. There's obviously more obvious things I could have said, like his matches with Shawn, or, you know, like when he wins the championship from JBL, you know, lots of iconic matches and feuds. But, you know, his promos back and forth with The Rock. I mean, a lot of people would probably come out with that. I mean, so good when he points out that The Rock's got his promo written on his wrist. and he points it out, and The Rock's like, I can't believe you've just done that. I mean, he doesn't say that, but you can tell that he's like, I can't believe you've just done that to me. They did not like each other for real. They actually hated each other. So when they went out there to do promos on each other, they were genuinely trying to outdo each other. The Rock genuinely trying to outdo John Cena and vice versa in the ring, trying to make each other look stupid because they didn't like each other. That's who doesn't want to watch that segment? And they were great. They were great segments. So much, man. I mean, so much. I probably need to revisit, actually, and just, try and find some of those hidden ones, some of those ones that have kind of got a little bit lost to time, because I'm sure that'll be a big, big conversation this Saturday, won't it? Robbie says, Cody, Drew, Roman, Usos are all in their 40s. They are, but how long has Cody been on the main roster? How long has Drew been on the main roster? How long has Roman been on the main roster? How long have the Usos been on the main roster? All of those are people that we are reaping the investment that we made earlier. I mean, Roman's been on the main roster since 2012, so that's 13 years that he's been around for. So, he's over. That's it. Done. He's the guy. And he brings in the views, and, he's the biggest star in the industry. If you actually look at Google searches, you've got everyone else down here. Roman's just out on his own. He's well above Cody and everyone. Roman Reigns is an absolute flipping just god in the wrestling world. He is undeniably number one. So, I mean, I don't think anyone's confused as to why Roman gets the push that he gets. Cody is, the current champ. I mean, he came back, didn't he, at WrestleMania 38. We're now coming up to WrestleMania 42. So, I mean, we've obviously set our sights on pushing him. I mean, he's 40 now. So when we started his push of this is the guy, we've identified that he's the guy, and this is the person we want to get behind. He would have been about, 36? About 36, 37. So, that there's an age gap there of about 6 years, 5-6 years between him and LA Knight when we started Cody's push and where LA Knight is now. So, I think if you are in your sort of mid-30s, you can look at it and go, are we going to invest in this guy? Because if we are, we're going to get about 10 years. If you are 30 or 28 and we invest in you, we're going to get about 15 years. I work, and I don't know if WWE work, but a rough ballpark, mid-40s. I think if you get behind someone and you really start pushing them, mid-40s is where that journey ends. So again, I go back to what I said before. The problem you've got now is if you do get behind LA Knight now, start pushing him towards the world title, start using him at the top of the card, how old is he? 42, 43? You're going to get 3 years till he's in his mid-40s. Compare that to another option of Bron Breakker. I mean, Bron Breakker right now, because this is who he's competing against. All those names you've mentioned are names that we invested in many, many years ago. They're not names that we've only just started pushing. They're names that we made the decision to get behind a long time ago. Usos have been on the main roster since, 2010? Roman Reigns has been on the main roster since 2012. Cody did that mid-card run, went away, came back, and as soon as he came back at WrestleMania 38, the push had started. He comes back at WrestleMania in a feud with Seth Rollins and, builds up to WrestleMania 39 where he's in the main event. He came back and that push began straight away. We identified he was the one to get behind. LA Knight right now, it's the wrong side of 40. And we haven't invested. We haven't pushed him. You can make an argument that they're doing something now. I mean, he got to the final of the tournament, but I don't feel like this is a push. I feel like he is getting these opportunities because the crowd are demanding it. Bron Breakker's 28. So if you invest in Bron Breakker, you'll get 17 years back. And that's the problem. Bron Breakker, 28 years old. Obafemi, 27. Javon Evans, 21. Trick Williams, 31. LA Knight, 42, 43. So, yeah, I mean, it matters. Daze, do we think that AJ Styles and Dragon Lee will win tonight? Yeah, I do, yeah. Long Beach Hippie said tonight the War Raiders will beat AJ Styles and Dragon Lee for the Tag Team Championship. Rey Mysterio versus Finn Balor should be a decent match. I see Dom interfering. King Yeti said, I might be wrong, but why not just make money with him until the wheels fall off? Well, they are, aren't they? They're using him. I mean, the people that are into him are supporting him. I mean, they are making money with him. It's not like he's sat in catering. He's selling his shirts. He's getting, the views. Great. I mean, it's not like we're sat here and he's number one when it comes to merch sales. Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns, Jey Uso, all of those outsell LA Knight. So, I don't know. I sort of feel like there's people out there that want LA Knight push because they like him. But WWE aren't going to push him because you like him. They're going to look at all the numbers that they've got, one of which being his age. And they're going to look at the merch sales. They're going to look at, like, his segment ratings, like how many people tune in when LA Knight's on TV. How do his YouTube video views do? And out of all of that, they're going to have to make a decision as to how much do we get behind LA Knight. And, at the moment, what they're doing is what they feel is the right thing to do with him. You're always going to have people out there that are going to be thinking it's either too much or too little, because we would all book different, wouldn't we? Some people would say he shouldn't even be on the main roster. Some people would say that he should be the face of the company. Some people would say that he should get a World Heavyweight Championship, and some people would say he should be in the mid-card. There isn't one unanimous voice saying it should be this, and everyone is aligned. The whole WWE universe is looking for something slightly different, and it's down to WWE to use the numbers that they get to try and figure out what the right way is to use him, what's the right level. At the moment, it seems to me like they feel the right level is give him consistent TV time, which he gets, give him opportunity, but it doesn't feel like they're ready to pull the trigger and really, invest. He's not going to be John Cena's final opponent. He's not being mentioned as a favorite for the Royal Rumble. He's not being mentioned as someone that's going to be fighting for the World Heavyweight Championship at WrestleMania. He's, there's no mention of him. He wasn't in the run-in for King of the Ring. So, that's why it feels that all the data they've got, everything they're looking at, seems to be suggesting to them, yeah, look, he's got support. People like him. But that level of support means that he gets TV time and he gets opportunity. And that's it. Now, whether they're going to go further next year, I don't know. I would imagine that something would have to change in order to do that. Hence why I said I think the live crowds need to be a bit more vocal. I think they need to be chanting his name more. I think there needs to be more signs. I think there needs to be more anger when he loses. I think that is definitely something that could elevate his position, right? If that's true, what Bruce said, that they listen to the live fans, he gets great reactions. But then I would counter by saying that he gets not only great reactions, but he gets opportunity as a result of those actions. He just made the final, didn't he, of this tournament, which is a great achievement. I mean, that's great. That says to me you are someone that they are interested in. You are someone that they believe can contribute, but you're just not quite the person that they want to kind of get over the line. Does he do it in 2026? We'll have to wait and see. But we've got a great chance of winning against Real Madrid, says Connor. Yeah, you play them tomorrow, don't you, bud? Man City. Who has impressed you out of Maxine or Julia Hart when you watched years ago? I don't watch AEW, but I was watching a Nick Khan podcast with Logan Paul, and Nick Khan said he is happy with WWE Creative. Is he watching the same show as the rest of us? Does that not worry you, said Rent-Free? It doesn't worry me, because what is he meant to say, you know? It's a little bit like in the cricket at the moment. England are getting battered. And, you know, what you want to hear is you want to hear the manager come out and the captain come out and be like, it's a disgrace. We're going to change it. We know exactly what's wrong. You know, we took a gamble on this. It hasn't paid off. We won't do that next time. I know exactly what needs to be. That's what you want. You want some reassurance that we know it's wrong and we know how to fix it. That's what I want to hear from the England cricket team, right? What you get is the manager coming out going, yeah, I think what happened is we over-prepared. And you go, sorry, what? Sorry, we just got battered. And it's because you're saying that we did too much training. Like you're saying, I'm sorry, run that past me again. You're saying we over-prepared. And that's why we ended up losing and getting battered. And you're like, sorry, what? And like, you know, you can imagine those comments have gone down like a flipping lead balloon, yeah? So, but he's not going to come out, is he, as a manager or a coach or the captain? They're not going to come out and go, it's a disgrace. We're absolutely atrocious. You know, it's embarrassing. All the players need to be fired. Like they're not going to come out and say that. There's going to be a degree of public PR, right? And I hope that that's exactly what Nick Khan has done there. You know, he's a very clever businessman. So I would hope that he's seen this as an opportunity to be interviewed. I think, was it on the Pat Show? I actually don't even know where it was. I think it was Pat Show, wasn't it? So, you know, that's a mixture of wrestling fans and non-wrestling fans, going to be a lot of football fans. So he's probably looking at it going, it's an opportunity for me to promote WWE, get some people to tune in that maybe have not been tuning in. So, you know, yeah, really happy with where we are at the moment. I think we're doing some really interesting stuff. You know, I think Triple H, his vision is so exciting, and it's only going to get better as well. It's only going to get better. You know, the plans that are in place for 2026, I think, you know, you're going to see a real special year next year. I mean, I don't know what he said, but that's the kind of thing that I would expect him to say anytime he got interviewed, regardless of where the product is. That's the sort of answer I would expect from him. Yeah, so excited about the future, blah, 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 blah. Seen it a million times. So, you know, it is one of those where Nick Khan turns around and says, well, you know, I'm really happy with creative right now. I think as a diehard fan that watches all the shows, talks about wrestling all the time, yeah, that is something that's going to... Sorry, what? I mean, you just don't feel like you're being listened to. I'd imagine that's how LA Knight fans feel, right? But you just don't feel like you're being listened to. You don't feel like you're being acknowledged. You don't feel like your concerns are being heard or appreciated. And so in that regard, it's very frustrating. But he can't really come out and say that because he is introducing non-viewers to a negative, isn't he? It's like, if you don't watch, well, good, because it's not very good at the moment. He can't really say that. So, yeah, it's one of those that I get it. I understand. I'd love to know what he really thinks. I'd love to know, you know, away from the cameras, just, you know, sitting down. I mean, he's going to see the ticket sales are slower. He's going to see that, you know, the viewerships have dropped. He's also going to know of the challenges in the market, though, because you could say ticket sales have dropped because TKO want to charge more for the tickets. I'm sure that's Triple H's defense. It would be mine if I was Triple H. I'd be like, you can't blame creative. They're charging like 30% extra for tickets. How are we meant to sell the same number of tickets when they're charging about 30% more? I don't know that it is 30%, but we know they've gone up, yeah. So, that's a great excuse for creative, isn't it? You can't put that on us. They're charging more for the tickets. Of course we're going to sell less. And you can't put ratings on us, because we all know that ratings are declining. And there's now a new way they work it out that's battered wrestling. Not just us, but AEW as well. Their ratings have gone down because of the new way the ratings are worked out. So again, you can have an excuse there. So, I'd love to know his honest, true thoughts. I would imagine Triple H has got a few excuses as to why ticket sales are down and why viewership is down. And, to be honest, some of that is legit good reasoning. But you only have to watch the shows and look at the reaction to know that there has been a problem in 2025. My hope is, though, that they are aware of it and that they have got plans to fix it, and that they're not, living in a bubble where they're just patting each other on the back saying everything's great. I think Nick Khan is too clever for that. Everything I hear about Nick Khan is he is a brilliant businessman. Really, one of the best. Just so clever. Really on it. Can't get anything past him. He is really good at what he does. We have got someone in charge there that can stand toe-to-toe, look anyone in the eye in the business world. It's got all this experience, doesn't get emotional, looks at the data, just really, really clever guy, which I genuinely believe. And I think he probably knows enough about wrestling to know that the product has been off this year. But I don't know. I just hope that they're not kind of slapping each other on the back saying everything's great when, the fans, or certainly the fans I engage with, very much feel different. LA Knight sells significantly more merch than Bron Breakker from what I've read. So why push him because he's young, says King Yeti. Well, I mean, you can't massively compare to Bron when it comes to the merch, because Bron is a heel, first of all. But also because Bron has not really been on the main roster as long as LA Knight, or around as much as LA Knight. Bron Breakker is someone that they've looked at We've had this conversation before, because whenever we talk about merch, it always comes up where people, if they are fans of, say, someone, will go, okay, well, why did they push Stephanie then? Or why did they push such and such then? Because they haven't got merch sales, because they've just come from NXT. By that logic of looking at merch, you would never push anyone from NXT, right? And that's an argument that we've encountered before. I think if we're being adults about this and we're going to, talk honestly, and we're going to put on our common sense cap, right? If you've worked with someone in NXT that's 28, 30 years old, really have got the tools to, be a big star. They can cut a promo, they can have great matches, they're explosive, they're athletic. They've got the ingredients that you're looking for, right? And you believe that they can go on to achieve some stuff, then yes, at that point, there is going to have to be a degree of trust that this is going to work, right? Now, I mean, we can find many examples where we've got behind people that we trust in that have failed, right? I mean, we know that people like Curtis Axel, the son of Mr. Perfect, that didn't work out. I mean, we did not get Mr. Perfect 2.0, did we? Right? So, that didn't work out. You can look at Baron Corbin. I think they had high hopes for him. He retired Kurt Angle at WrestleMania 35. That didn't work out. He ended up going back to NXT. He ended up getting cut, right? And so you can find lots of examples as to where people have come out of NXT that we believed have gonna go on and do big things that have fallen flat. But there isn't much data to support these people when they come out of NXT, right? If you want to get behind them or not. There has to be, at that point, a degree of faith, a degree of trust, right? So with Bron Breakker, 28 years old, explosive, athletic, looks good, right? Definitely someone that's not hard to visualize them going on to be a world champion. And again, I'm sorry, but the age is a big factor. He's 28 years old now. That means that by the time he gets to his mid-40s, you're going to have got 17 years out of him. So where he is now compared to where he's going to be in 3 years, 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, 50. I mean, like, there is so much road ahead of Bron Breakker that, you know, he has been identified as someone that can go on and achieve that. Unfortunately, I go back to what I said before. LA Knight, I don't believe, was identified as someone that was going to go on to achieve that. I think they saw him as solid, good, dependable, experienced, a good hand to have around, mid-card guy. So when he came up from NXT, yeah, at that point, if they believed in him as being the future, I mean, he's been on the main roster a good few years now. I mean, I think he came up, what was it, 2022? So he's probably been up about 3 years. Go back 3 years ago, he would have been about 39. If you'd have got behind him as soon as he came up, right? If you got behind him back in 2022, as soon as he was like hitting that main roster, then yeah, you know, maybe we could have done some stuff. But I think the truth is, at that point, they didn't view him as a top star. They viewed him as someone that's going to be in the mid-card, like I said earlier. And as a result, he becomes Max Dupree, right? Which people hated. And, you know, that then got him onto the show. He then transitions into being LA Knight, goes into that program with Bray. And, you know, really, at the start of 2023, there wasn't really much buzz around him. But as we came out of that feud, and as we got closer to WrestleMania in 2023, their support really started picking up for him. And I think at that point, WWE are like, oh, this is interesting. Wasn't expecting LA Knight to get this kind of support. Let's see if this is just like a bubble, right? Let's just have a look and see if this is just like a weird, you know, everyone's going to forget about this. Well, they didn't. And once, you know, we got further into the year, we saw that that support was sustained. He started to get opportunity. But the problem LA Knight has got is that he never hit that main roster as someone that they wanted to invest in, seriously invest in, like Bron Breakker, right? Or like Obafemi. When Obafemi comes up, I think that they will feel that way about him. LA Knight came up at the age of like 39, not 28. And, you know, he's come up with as someone that I think they thought would be some experience on the mid-card. And then he's got over organically. But the problem is WWE have, you know, kind of faffed around for a few years. And LA Knight needs to sell merch at the same level as a Jey Uso, as a Seth Rollins, as those guys. Because WWE didn't have any interest in getting him to that level. So he's going to have to force himself to that level. They are interested in Bron Breakker. They see that as a long-term project. And I think, again, let's put our common sense caps on. We can understand why. Because he's young, he's explosive, he's athletic. If you invest in him now, you can have 17 years of returns. So that's the difference between them. It's not a double standard. It's just the system. When you come up, not everyone is going to come up and be pushed straight out of the gate. Not everyone's going to be like Stephanie, who came up and got to a world title really quickly. You know, she was someone clearly that they believed in. She was someone that they wanted to get to a world title quickly because they believe in making her a credible champion. You know, they really believe that she can help them, probably because of her background as well, to be honest. I think the fact that she is from that sort of middle South America, Chile, representing kind of that part of the world, I think that, you know, Mexico and all of that is a real growth area for WWE, and I think that's an advantage for her. And it's all these little things that just mean that, you know, when you do hit the main roster, what kind of push are you going to get? Not everyone's going to get the exact same push. Not everyone is going to be believed in equally from the very beginning. You know, for every Stephanie, there is a Kiana James who is just kind of there, really. I mean, she's not even getting that many matches. She's around Julia, but I mean, you know, they haven't pushed her to the moon, have they? Not everyone gets treated equally because not everyone is equal. Not everyone hits the main roster with the same attributes. Not everyone hits the same roster, the same age. And not everyone comes from the exact same place in the world. We are all different. And as a result of those differences, you are going to be treated differently when it comes to hitting that main roster. So where does LA Knight find himself now? LA Knight finds himself now in a situation where he is getting more than I think he was originally meant to receive. He is getting a lot more opportunity and more TV time than I think they ever intended for him to have. So if you don't think that he's getting anything, I think you're wrong. I think he was meant to be a bit part player. You know, he's getting more TV time and more matches on a regular basis than like The Miz, right? People like that. I think that he was someone that was going to be, I don't want to say like an Otis. I mean, that might be a bit too far, but I think he was someone that was going to come in and be just, you need someone, I'm here, you know? You need a tag partner. You need a person for a faction. You need someone to work main events. You need someone to pop back down to NXT just to, you know, give a bit of main roster star power. You need to get a new talent over. You know, LA Knight, that's your guy. And I think he hit the roster with that sort of expectation. And I think that as a result, he's not in that spot now. He gets regular TV time. Just got to the final of the Cena tournament. And I think that's down to you guys. I think that's down to the fans. I think that's down to his support. So the question is, where does that take him in 2026? You know, where does it go from here? Is it going to be a case that you guys can show more support in the live arenas, buy more merch, keep this thing going, and get him over the line? Does it stay the same? Does it fall away? What does the LA Knight support look like in 2026? That's the question. Because, yeah, he is not benefiting from having the support of WWE like Bron Breakker is. But Bron Breakker is a project that they have identified as being a very exciting project that they can get 15 years of returns from. You ain't getting that from LA Knight. That's the difference. Jay got a push and title for being in the company for over a decade. Can't compare Jay with LA Knight. No, I mean, the Usos are one of the most successful tag teams of all time. And to be honest with you, if they weren't in the Bloodline story, I don't think he would have got that push. I think he has benefited from being connected with Roman. You know, I'm sorry, but LA Knight would also have benefited if he was part of the Anoa'i family. He isn't. If he was LA Anoa'i, El Anoa'i, yeah? If the A in LA stood for Anoa'i, then he would also get the kind of opportunity that we've seen others from that family receive. But he isn't part of that family. So I think Jay is someone that had been in the company. He was part of one of the best tag teams that we've seen in WWE. But to be honest with you, you know, where the Usos tag team wrestling is, you know, here on the importance level, it's not very important. So, you know, that for me is something that would have kept them at a certain level. They needed, even though they were one of the great tag teams, they still needed something to really elevate their profiles. Because tag wrestling is so inconsequential. You know, it is. I mean, how often does it main event WrestleMania? I mean, it just barely does. It just really is inconsequential. So it's filler. You know, it's a nice division that can provide really great moments and really great matches. And we all remember the TLC stuff. And we've got lots of, you know, affection for the tag division. But if you're king of the tag division, that's like being the best kid at primary school, you know? So they definitely needed something to raise their profile. And, well, I mean, they just got involved in one of the best stories that WWE has ever told. One of the biggest factions and, you know, one of the biggest story arcs in the history of the company. I mean, the Bloodline is responsible for the success of 2023, 2024, 2022, 2023, 2024. That really exciting period that we went through that now has made 2025 seem so flat. That really exciting period was the Bloodline. I mean, I don't want to say it was all the Bloodline, but I think they take the lion's share. So I think that if you was part of that, I think your profile got massively boosted. I mean, don't forget, Sami Zayn was faffing around with Johnny Knoxville before the Bloodline. And granted, he might not have won that world title yet, but there were signs that he was favourite for the Rumble. There were signs that he was going to have a big 2026. There were signs that it was not that far away. So the Bloodline story massively helps Jay, Jimmy, Solo, Sammy. I mean, anyone that's involved in it. So again, you know, was LA Knight part of that? No. He did face Roman for one of the matches, but he wasn't part of that Bloodline story consistently getting that exposure. Again, I don't think it's a great mystery as to why Jay has got that world title opportunity compared to LA Knight. Switch them over, put LA Knight in Jay's position, then LA Knight would have won a world heavyweight championship. So I think that, you know, with Jay, obviously they wanted to spin him off as a solo star from that Bloodline story. He had the yeet, he got the hand gesture, he got the crowd support, everything was looking good. And you know, then it fizzled, didn't it? I mean, the crowd support is still there for him, but I think a lot of people would agree that really past the entrance, there's maybe a bit in the promo, there's maybe a bit in the matches, but it doesn't feel like enough. And so, you know, doesn't help that he gets gassed out after his entrances, of course. But yeah, I mean, his match quality is, you know, not that strong. It's I don't want to say the end of his push. I just think it's going to take something to get him back up there again, to be honest. Maybe a heel turn. If he turned heel, then maybe that would get him back up there because we would have a whole new dynamic, you know. As a babyface, I don't know. Not sure what next year's going to look like for Jay. Again, no word he wins the Rumble. No word that he's around the title picture for WrestleMania. He sort of feels like a broken experiment, really. So, yeah, I mean, look, we're going to have to wait and see what 2026 holds. Everyone's going to want their favourites to get opportunity. This is why you should all be fans of Sami Zayn, because that way you just learn that every year is going to suck. Yeah. This way you don't get your hopes and dreams dashed, because what happens is that you go into the year thinking this is going to be the year, and then you very quickly realize it isn't. And then you go, do you know what? That's okay. That I should have seen this coming. That's actually on me. Yeah, that's on me as a Sammy fan. How dare I get my hopes up? Even if there was rumors that he was going to win the Royal Rumble, right? Even if there was rumors that he was going to get a World Heavyweight Championship, then that's on me for believing those. Yeah. So my advice is become a Sami Zayn fan. Dean said, but that's why everyone needs to be a fan of LA Knight. What? Because he needs the support. But what if you find him to be a little bit average? I mean, I think LA Knight is fine, but I don't find him to be anything special. I think his in-ring is fine. I think his promo style is actually a bit annoying, where he just rambles and, you know, he's got his catchphrases. I think he can have a couple of good lines, but by and large, it's, you know, let me talk to you. You're saying this like it's a sum up, but I'll tell you now it's a nothing. Every time you come around here, you think you've got everything, but I'll tell you, you ain't got nothing compared to LA Knight. Yeah, because I'm the is in this biz. It's that kind of stuff. It's word salad. It's waffle. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can just conjure it up out of nowhere. It's like trying to fill time. I don't find his promos to be that great, honestly. I think that he does a lot of that kind of stuff. And then might find like a good line. There might be something, but I've seen a lot of LA Knight promos where it's just that kind of word play. Match quality is okay. I mean, I don't get the love for LA Knight. I don't understand why people are so desperate for him to be a world champion. Like, for me, he's a good person on the roster. You know, you can listen to his promo, it's fine. You can watch his matches, it'll be fine. But I personally don't find anything that mind-blowing about him, or I don't know. I mean, at least with Sammy, I find that Sammy's delivery is a lot more passionate. I find that, like, you know, when he's getting really amped up, like, and all fired up, like, that comes across to me. And his match quality, Sammy's match quality, is higher than LA Knight's. So if I watch a Sami Zayn match, I'm probably going to get more from it. I'm going to enjoy it more. It's going to have more drama. I'm going to be more invested. When it comes to a Sami Zayn promo, it's going to be... But, you know, Sammy doesn't have a catchphrase. Sammy doesn't have a, yeah, let me talk to you, you know? Sammy, that seems to be a bit of a point of difference. One has got catchphrases, Sammy doesn't. Is it that? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not having to go at LA Knight, right? Because I don't care, right? If LA Knight was to win a world championship, fine. I ain't got no issue with that. I know many of you like him. God bless you all, right? But there's not really anything there for me to kind of get behind. There's no campaign that I can be a part of for it, because I just don't... Nothing grabs me. I don't know why. It never has, to be honest. Even when he was down in NXT and he was doing the catchphrases, I remember when he came up to the main roster, people were like, oh my God, this is amazing. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. It's good. But I'd seen it. I'd seen it in NXT. I'd seen the catchphrases. I'd seen the stuff. Match quality it's okay. But I mean, if LA Knight was to have a match on WrestleMania against someone, I don't know that it's a match I'd particularly be looking forward to, because I just sort of feel like it's going to be 3.5 stars. I feel like it's going to be 3.5 stars, and I feel like it's going to fill out the middle of the show. Maybe if he gets that opportunity and it's a big title match and it closes the show, and I don't know, we give everything we've got to it, and maybe it'll be a banger, you know? I mean, the match he had with Gunther the other day was really good. I mean, that was really good. Part of me does think, though, that's because it was Gunther. And Gunther, I really give a lot of credit to being one of the best in-ring talents. Put him in there with someone that's not Gunther, someone that's not Ilya Dragunov, and I don't know that the match quality is anything more than 3.5 stars. So, that, you know, these are the things that I see with LA Knight. But then you look online and people just love him. He does get a lot of support. And, you know, I am not standing in the way of that. Yeah. I am not someone that is saying he should get less TV time. I am not saying that he shouldn't win a World Heavyweight Championship. I hope he does. For you. I want this for you. Yeah. I come in peace. But it's just, you know, he's not someone that, for me, floats my boat massively. I just think he's all right. But please, can we talk about this when I'm not here, says Trini. Trini, shout out to you. Cadet said, Daze, can't you the same The Rock wordplay and catchphrases? No, because I think that there's more to The Rock, isn't there? You know, The Rock has got like some really good lines that he can come out with. I think it comes down to those kind of killer lines to me. You know, I said the exact same thing about MJF. MJF a lot of the time his promos go on quite long, and you're just waiting for those kill shots, really. I mean, for me, a promo, you want to be engaged with it and you want to listen to what they're saying, but you want to make sure that there's a couple of nice lines in there that really, you know, stay with you. There was one that LA Knight had, which I loved, which I wish he would do this more often. But do you remember when he came down with a map and Logan was in the ring, and he said to Logan, "I've got a map here, and it's going to tell you where you can shove your bottle of Prime," right? And I thought that was a really good line because it had a prop, right? So there was a bit of thought in advance, and he came out with it, and, you know, it was a great line about, and at the time, Prime was really popular. I know it's like really dropped off now, but at the time it was really popular. So for him coming down saying, "Here's the map, it's going to tell you where you can shove that bottle of Prime," I was like, yeah, that's a really good line, man. I really like that. That to me is better than the kind of word salad that we spoke about earlier. That's just, it's not going anywhere. It's not saying anything. It's just filler. It's just filling out a promo. And I think with The Rock, you know, he's got the ability to deliver those kind of killer lines. So yeah, he's got his catchphrases. I'm not against catchphrases. I'm not against LA Knight's catchphrases. But at least when The Rock goes out there, you know you're going to hear something, well, maybe not all the time, maybe not recently. I mean, he got criticized when he came out to NXT and basically said nothing. He got criticized when he was on the Netflix premiere and basically said nothing. I mean, if you want to criticize the Rock promo from earlier this year, I'll be at the front of the queue. If you want to criticize the Rock promo from NXT earlier this year, I'll be at the front of the queue. Because he went on both of those shows and said nothing. No killer line, nothing. I mean, he just came out and basically was like, how amazing is this? WWE and Netflix partnering together. I mean, it was like a weird loving. It was weird. It sucked. But if we're going to switch it up and have a look at The Rock during WrestleMania 40, yeah, where he's going off on Cody and, you know, delivering some good lines, making it personal, talking about Dusty and stuff like that. You know, there's real meaning to what's being said. I think that's the difference. So, you know, I think rather than just I'm going to beat you because I'm the is in business and stuff like this, like things that don't mean anything. Like if he could talk more specifically about Gunther and talk about Gunther and talk about where Gunther's weaknesses are and things like, I would find that more interesting. I think there's a lack of that for me. Not down on the catchphrases. They just, you know, pop them in there because people like them. But what's the substance of the promo? What is actually being said? And just look, personal taste, I find that LA Knight's promos can be lacking in those areas. Ace said, I think Dom's overrated. He's got tiny arms like a 12-year-old. Right. Stem Shroom said, you accept fan mail? We haven't got anything at the moment. I do need to set up like a PO box or something like that. Give me one sec. But no, we don't, unfortunately. Oh, that's better. It's all right. I just had a message come up saying the computer was going to die. And I was like, what? So, yeah, turns out it wasn't turned on. Right, where are we? Time-wise? Oh, okay, we're doing all right for time. We got 25 minutes. Let's go. Okay. Ronnie said, I don't disagree much, but I do disagree with you on LA Knight. He has got jet fuel, and the fans did clamour for him last year. Triple H pushes his favourites. You want SmackDown Hotel and Pie, and we want fresh products. I don't want SmackDown Hotel and Pie. I don't know what we're disagreeing with, to be honest, buds. Let's have a look. Let's see where the disagreements are. He had jet fuel. I don't know that he had jet fuel. I don't know what you're basing that on. I think, like, if you were to seriously sit down and look at the numbers, LA Knight is, you know, let's compare video views. let's do that work, sit down. I mean, I feel really good if we was to sit down, look at his video views compared to other segments on the show and all the various shows. If we were to look at his merch sales, if we were to go onto Google Trends right now, have a look at LA Knight Google searches, compare it to the rest of the roster, compare it to the top end stars, I'm not sure that the message that we would get out from that data is jet fuel. I don't know that that is what would come across. I think that he is being held back. So I don't think that the numbers are maybe as strong as what LA Knight fans think they are, right? I think they're goods. I'm not saying they're bads, but I don't know that jet fuel is the right terminology, right? I bet they're goods. And I think the reward for that is that he's getting TV time, right? And I think that you're saying, Triple H is pushing his faves and things like that. I don't know that he's pushing his faves per se. I think there is a reason why the people get pushed. I don't know that it's necessarily because they're his faves. But I have said that from the moment LA Knight got called up, and actually maybe even from the moment he signed with WWE, he was not seen as a top star. No, there's no disagreement. I've not sat here and said anything different to that. I've said pretty consistently for the past, what feels like an hour now, if not more, he is not viewed as a top star, and he has not been pushed like a top star. So I think we're actually in agreement, The only thing I think we would disagree with is that I think you probably think his numbers are up there with Roman or something, and he's just being ignored. I think his numbers are good enough for him to be around a World Heavyweight Championship conversation, but I don't know that WWE want to get him to that level. And it's certainly not good enough for him to be Cody Rhodes, but I bet his numbers are good enough for him to be, certainly, if you're going to take a chance on Damian Priest, why could you not take a chance on LA Knight? I'm with you on that. I'm with you. I understand the Jey Uso one because I know his merch sales really well. And he came out of the Bloodline story, and he's part of the Anoa'i family, and I think they wanted to try and capitalize on that Bloodline story by trying to make numerous stars. They tried to make Solo work. They wanted Solo to be a big star coming out of it. Didn't quite work. They wanted Jay to be a big star coming out of it. No, did it work? Maybe not. But, Bloodline was a driver for Jay and for Solo getting that opportunity. I think the Latin American market is a driver for Damian Priest. If LA Knight came from Latin America, then I think he might have found more opportunity from that as well, because then they would have identified him as being someone that could help them expand in that market, right? I think that he just, it's the fans, it's you guys that are getting him the opportunity that he's getting. But I don't know what it is that we're disagreeing on. I'm not sure what it is that we're disagreeing on. I don't think he's viewed as a top star, and I think that the way he's been booked kind of shows that. I don't think they're trying to push him. I think the way he's been booked views that. And I think the opportunity that he's getting right now is because of the fans, and I would imagine you lot agree with that as well. I think I'm pretty sure you lot would agree that he's getting the opportunity he's getting now because not WWE want him to get it, but because the fans are making it happen. So going into 2026, what's going to happen? Are the fans going to keep supporting? Is it going to get even stronger, that support? Is it going to stay the same? Is it going to decline? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with the support for him, but I know that support is critical. Without it, I'm pretty sure he drops back down to just being around the mid-cards. So, yeah, I'm not too sure where the disagreement is. Right. Daze, did you see the news that Mr. Electricity Steve Regal passed away age 73? Oh, no, I haven't. I'm not really, I'm a little bit behind today. Wrestling Daze said, Daze, it must be annoying to be at the level of LA Knight. He's good enough to be a world champ, but it's literally just up to someone else's opinion. Well, yeah, yeah and no, because it's also up to numbers, isn't it? I mean, if you make yourself undeniable, I mean, if you are going to show that a level of support is sustained, then, you are, he is right up there. I mean, right now, he is got to be in contention for a World Heavyweight Championship run, right? Where I view him as being, because of the fan support, I view him as being at that level with a Sami Zayn that's kind of not a no-brainer. He's someone that you would have to pull the trigger with, right? And listen, I think Sami's got these problems as well. Sami, his merch sales, I don't think are even as good as LA Knight's. And I think that Sami is someone that I think they would like to be a world champion, because his promos are really good, his matches are really good. Like, what more can Sami do? But what Sami is lacking is that kind of support. If you was to take Sami's work and LA Knight's support and put them into one person, oh, that'd be a flipping dream. LA Knight's got the support, but, no offense. I'm really not trying to offend people. I don't think his work is as good as Sami Zayn's, personally, and I stand by that. But Sami, I think his work is better, but he doesn't have the LA Knight support. And so I think they're both kind of lacking in, like, an area or two. And as a result, WWE just can't pull that trigger. And so, but they're around the area, So, I mean, the thing with LA Knight, though, is that it's better to have crowd support, isn't it? I'd rather be in LA Knight shoes than Sami's shoes. I mean, Sami is doing everything he can. He's trying to put on bangers. I mean, his open challenge was so good, and it was not a surprise. When we did that open challenge and people were loving it, that was zero surprise to me. No surprise to me whatsoever. But I think that's because I knew he would be good. You give him the ball, he will deliver. But he just cannot get the crowd support. Like, there's moments where there's been Sami chants, but it's not really turned into any sort of movement. And that must be annoying as well. So, I would imagine that there's a few that are, I mean, it must be annoying being Damian Priest, where you've had a taste of a World Heavyweight Championship and it didn't really work out. And now you find yourself what feels to be a bit of a way off. I mean, Damian Priest to me feels a bit lost. I think he's someone that they like because of his size, tone of his voice, the Latin American market, he can help out. But I don't think he's that young either, to be honest. Age is against Damian Priest. He is 43. So, yeah, he's just turned 43. So, I think age, if we're going to say age is against LA Knight, I'm saying the exact same thing about Damian Priest. I think age is a problem. I think that, it's hard to invest in someone you're only going to get a few years back out of when you've got alternatives. An alternative being Bron Breakker, an alternative being, Carmelo Hayes, Austin Theory, these younger talents that you can get 10, 15 years out of. Being 43 is, it's hard, really hard. So, that must be frustrating as well. You can't turn the clock back, can you? If Damian Priest was 28, or 30 or 32, very different conversation. I know that people don't want to think that age is a factor, but, I mean, we've got to be honest and realistic and say, yes, it is. I mean, age is a factor in all sports. If you're going to be like 33 in football, European football, you're not going to command a big transfer fee the same as if you were 23 or 25, I mean, Harry Kane is one of the best players in the world. And, there's lots of teams that would love Harry Kane, but I think he's about 33. And, a lot of teams are like, how many years are we going to get out of him? When is that decline going to come? When are his skills going to start falling away? Because in European football, by the time you're hitting your kind of 33 age, it's not even 35 really. It depends your position, but you know, that's sort of like getting to the mid-30s. You're done. Teams are looking for younger stars that they can get much more out of, and they're constantly looking to the future. So it is a factor. It's a factor for Damian Priest. It's a factor for LA Knight. It is a factor when it comes to the question, who do we push? You know, who do we invest in? Who do we get behind? So yeah, to answer your question, Andy, I'd imagine it is frustrating. But I'd imagine it's frustrating not just for LA Knight, but for Sammy and, you know, for Damian Priest, for anyone that's struggling to, you know, get picked. We talk a lot about that, actually, about how there is that sort of competitive nature, but it has to stay healthy, and how Tiffany and Charlotte, you know, Charlotte, this touches back onto the Charlotte Tiffany thing, doesn't it? I genuinely believe that Charlotte saw Tiffany as her replacement. She might not want to admit it. She might not want to say it out loud. But I genuinely believe, after coming back from injury, here's a young girl who's doing moonsaults, blonde, attractive. And, you know, all of a sudden you're probably seeing someone now that's coming for your spot. You're probably seeing someone now that the company are going to get behind, they're going to invest in, that's going to ultimately result in less opportunity for you. You know, you're not going to get as much TV time. So, yeah, it's one of those that age is obviously a factor when it comes to sports and when it comes to things like pro wrestling. And, yeah, that I would imagine is a concern for a few people. Mayor Pete said, don't be worked. The whole Tiffany Charlotte story was a work, says Mayor Pete. I don't believe it was. James said, there is other wrestlers to talk about. I know. The problem is, though, everyone wants to have a say on this. We seem to have opened up a real conversation, which I'm here for, because, well, yeah, I feel like it's an easy conversation to have. Maybe it is an opinion video we need to do. Maybe that would kind of just move us on to a different subject here. But every time I look in the chat, people still want to kind of add to it. Daze, do you think Becky, oh, okay, here we go, will be given an IC title back, or will she get a rematch? I've got a few thoughts on that. So I think Becky doesn't need the IC title. I think Becky is someone that is above that. She obviously has been WrestleMania main event, multiple-time women's champion, arguably the biggest, or certainly one of the biggest. If we were doing a Mount Rushmore of women's wrestlers, I think Becky Lynch is making it onto that, right? So I believe that she makes it onto that. So she doesn't need the IC title. Won it like Cena did to tick a box, right? Her problem is with AJ Lee, isn't it, at the moment? So we definitely need to do a singles match there. And this is being dragged out so much that I could believe it's WrestleMania. I could believe that Becky AJ is the plan for WrestleMania. So do I think she gets the IC title back? I don't think so. I mean, you could do it on the road to WrestleMania and then she loses it again. We don't need AJ Becky to be for that belt. I think, honestly, where we are right now, the best thing to do is to have Maxine Dupree tell this story of her being a champion that is vulnerable and have these people trying to get the belt off her. I would imagine WWE are going to want to keep that belt on her just a little bit, because it doesn't massively help Maxine if she just then loses it straight away, right? Everyone knows I'm not a fan of Maxine having that belt, but we're here now. So, yeah, let's work with it, right? It doesn't really, I think her surviving by the skin of her teeth to try and build up some credibility for her, because she only got that belt thanks to a distraction from AJ, and she only beat Becky because of Jess counting quickly. There is no credibility. They are desperately trying to get credibility by showing her training, but there's no credibility from the results. We've barely seen her, and then the matches she has had with Becky It's been screwy finishes, right? And now she finds herself as a mid-card champ. So I've got to think that it doesn't make any sense to just take the belt off Maxine straight away. I've got to think the plan is going to be to have her by the skin of her teeth get in through. I don't know if it's going to be more distractions. I don't know if it's going to be reversals, quick roll-ups. I don't know what it's going to be, right? But I would imagine that they will give Maxine a little bit of a run with this belt. I don't think she gets to Mania with it, but I certainly think she gets to 2026. And so I think Becky getting that belt back, I'm going to say no. She might get a rematch for it, but I'm saying she won't win. It'll be more shenanigans. I think they keep going with Maxine. What I'm hoping is that they are using this to try and build some credibility for Maxine, right? And which I don't think they've succeeded yet, but let's see where the run goes. And then we bring Natty in, and we have Natty as this vengeful character, right? That's going to kick everyone's ass with her prize student next to her. And that prize student being Maxine Dupree, who's had a mid-card title run, and we've kind of built up the credibility of her a little bit. Maybe we do something with them as a tag team. Maybe Natty tries to go after the women's championship. I don't know. I wouldn't do that if she was going to lose. I think Natty is really interesting because she is obviously getting on in age. She's someone that has paid her dues, put a lot into the business, been around since, 2010, 2009, something like that. Developmental before then. And, she's obviously the son of Jim the Anvil Neidhart. She's had success. She's won championships. I think that this character reinvention is interesting. And I'm interested to see kind of what they do with her. Whether they would give her another run with a top title, I really don't know. I don't know what their ambitions are for this character. Could just be a fresh coat of paint so that Natty can get some TV time. And we could do something interesting and, help Maxine get TV time as well. It could be just that. Or do they get the tag titles? Or, is it that, to be honest, Natty getting that Intercontinental doesn't really feel like much of an achievement after Maxine has got it. I don't feel like we're having to build. I mean, it's weird, isn't it? If Maxine is learning her skills from Natalya, then it should be a no-brainer that Natalya could win that Intercontinental Championship. So that doesn't really feel big enough, to be honest with you. It doesn't really feel big enough. It did until we told this story. But now her prize student has won the Intercontinental, and her prize student has learned everything she's learned from Natty. So that would say to me that Natty should be able to get that belt. So I don't know, the mid-card, that Intercontinental belt, it doesn't feel big enough, honestly, for Natty, which is what's making me wonder, are they going to go bigger? So, yeah, I think the Natty character coming is good. I'm definitely down for that. I really like Natalya. I wish her nothing but the best. I think that I think this is a change that was needed a long time ago. It's a shame it's took this long. But I think that this badass, I'm going to rip your head off, no nonsense, forgetting all the makeup and all of that stuff. Really that Natalya character should have died before the pandemic. And I think this version of Natty should have been developed ideally during the pandemic, and we should have been enjoying this character for the past few years. It's good that it's here now, though. It's just at this stage in her career, what are they going to do with her? I don't know. So, yeah, those are a few thoughts about Natty. Rage Warrior said WWE could always build a feud with Natty and Maxine. They could have Becky and Ref Jess build up. I think Ref Jess angle would be great for Raw, and also if we did Natty and Maxine. Robbie said, Daze, will they be more Grey Grap stock available to purchase? Do you still have them all? Oh, well, you know me, Robbie. I'm a big fan of the old Kendall Gray. Yeah, I mean, look, there's stock always available, but you purchase it. It's there if you need it. I think she's definitely someone to get behind. I do think, though, that her win at the weekend was obviously a big show of support. I don't think she's going to go on to win the championship unless JC is getting called up soon. And they really want to shock us by just going... In a way, it was kind of what they did with JC, wasn't it? You know, JC wasn't the front runner to take over from Stephanie. She was just part of the pack. She was just someone that was fine, credible, you know, but you had Jada that had more TV moments and Lola and Sol Ruka. And I feel like Kalani, and I feel like JC was part of the division, but she wasn't necessarily the standout. It wasn't like we were all sat there going, well, if Stephanie gets called up, it's definitely going to be JC next that becomes champion. So when JC beats Stephanie, that is a real shock. That is a real, oh my, I did not see that coming, right? And I liked it because I was like, she's not the obvious choice. But what that means is that the people that you think are more obvious, like say a Jordan Grace, they can now chase after JC, and someone will end up getting that belt from her. So you've built JC up, and you've delayed Jordan's title run, and yeah, this is good. And I was fine with it. And then what happened was, as the run was going on, JC got so compelling. Like, her promos got really good, and the Fatal Influence group really grew, and their presence got bigger, their aura got bigger, to me anyway. I thought that their aura improved and JC improved, and she started to feel like the standout. She started to sink or swim, you know, and she swam. And so actually we didn't end up taking that belt from her as quick as what I thought we would. She ended up having a run with it, and I thought her run was pretty decent. So do you put the belt on Kendall Gray, even though she's clearly not the top girl in that women's division, but it builds her up, it delays the other top talent from getting the belts, because, you know, we know that the money is largely in the chase. So, you know, her having a run with that belt builds up her credibility. She could have a good few months run with it before she drops it. That way she's a former women's champion. She's a much bigger deal as a result. Yeah, I think it's very interesting that she won at the weekend. Totally did not expect it. A real shocker. But I like it. I mean, I like Kendall. I think she's a real credible option. I don't expect her to win the belt, but if she does, then I'm thinking JC Jane is going up. And I'm thinking Kendall gets a little run for a couple of months, builds her credibility, until we put the belt on someone that would be a bit more recognized, if you will. So, yeah, buy that stock. Either way, she's going to have a great 2026. Joseph said 3 minutes. We're starting now. We're ready to go. Tony said, I was watching the WWE channel. They had some Cena 2025 matches. Saturday night's main event. It was all good stuff, says Tony. Right, here we go then. We are getting underway with this week's episode of Raw. Dun, dun, dun. JC can't go up. That would break up Fatal Influence, said Spawny Boy. You could take up Fatal Influence. It might be a bit too soon for Lainey Reed, but yes, you could also break up Fatal Influence. I mean, Fatal Influence is a group that they have got right now to present the talent on TV, right? But, you know, if JC goes up, then I'm guessing Fallon would turn on her. Fallon would become the leader, and JC's spot would be replaced by someone else. So Fallon attacks JC. JC goes to the main roster. A young talent comes into Fatal Influence. Fallon becomes the leader. JC goes to the main roster. tick, tick, tick. Right, yes, John's last time is now Saturday night's main event is just being promoted. So John just talking about how his final opponent was someone that earned it. Okay, 6 hours ago, John said, I'm not sure I've got the words to articulate how grateful I am, along with how impressed I am. Your work here as an artist and skill is far beyond anything I've accomplished. Your words mean more to me than you ever know. Respect. So that's John responding to a video that was made about his career. Right. Taker 99 said, other than the Rumble, here's a perfect way to bring back Jericho. Have The Rock in the ring doing a promo, and then Jericho's countdown appears on the Tron. It could be a throwback to Jericho's original debut. That would be fun. I'll be down for that. Yeah. Okay, here we are then. We're seeing inside the arena. Oh, he just got cut off. Presented by... They just cut off Joe. Is it Gunther? Who's opening the show? Gunther. Makes sense. Gunther opening the show. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, here he is, the ring general, and he's not in wrestling attire. The ring general, Gunther. Okay, Gunther making his way down, and as we said, he's in. He looks good, actually, in a jacket. Okay, Gunther making his way down. Right. Gunther is the next big star in Triple H's eyes, said Trollface. Is he going to talk about tapping out Cena, said Josh. Yeah, I think that's what he's going to try and do. I like his jacket. Smile on the face of Gunther. He's gone from being the chubby kid in NXT to the biggest aura in wrestling right now, said Danny. Well, he's kicking off the show. Cena chants. That's great. That is great. If you're Gunther, that's exactly what you want to hear. That is exactly what you want to hear. Yeah, louder. Cheer for John. This is a promo where he's going to need to say about how he's going to make him tap out. We want Cena. Look at that. You can't get that smile off Gunther's face. He is loving this. Don't get your hopes up. He's not coming tonight. This is my time. Okay, so he says, in 5 days, I will be the last opponent in the last match of the career of John Cena. Crowd boo that. Does he say, I fully disagree? John Cena on Saturday will face the best professional wrestler of all time. Oh, look at that. We've got a Cena countdown on screen. 4 days, 23 hours. John. Beating you on Saturday. It's not enough. I'm gonna break your spirit. I'm gonna squeeze until the last bit of hustle, loyalty, respect leaves your body. I'm going to force you to give up. Gunther just said, I'm going to squeeze until the last bit of hustle, loyalty, respect leaves your body. I'm going to bully you. Gunther referring to himself as the greatest professional wrestler of all time. And this crowd were cheering loudly for John Cena. Gunther was loving it because his intention this weekend is to embarrass the GOAT, to bully the GOAT. And the countdown has very much begun. He is locked in, focused, thought it was a pretty good promo, short, sweet. I like the delivery, looking at the camera, very close. That's something they've done a few times with Gunther. Rey Mysterio backstage. Cena's going to pass out. He won't tap. Said, it was me, not you. I think that's a really good shout. Oh, there's Bailey. Delivering a coffee to Lyra. Oh, it was the wrong one. It was the wrong one. Okay, there's AJ Styles. Dragon Lee, they're going to be defending those tag belts tonight. Daze, I started watching that Clash of the Comics earlier. It is good so far. Oh, is it up now? I'll have to try and check it out. If they're really trying to pull Never Give Up before WWE even said last week he's tapped out 4 times, said Rage Warrior. Yeah, that's the angle they're going with. I'm going to make you do something that you said you would never do. Okay, there's Io and Rhea. And that's going to be our next segment by the look of it. Right, Daze, I would have loved to have seen Cena give him one last passionate promo before his last match. Kader, I agree. It does feel like Cena should be on this show. It does feel like Cena, you know, this is a show he should have been on just ahead of this weekend. I agree with you. I have no idea. This is why people got so annoyed when it turned out Cena was willing to do more dates than what WWE took him for. Because, yeah, I agree. One here would have been nice. Wrestling Andy, hello. Daze, will there be any shenanigans in the Cena match like Mania 40, or do you think it'll just be clean? I think it'll be clean. There might be shenanigans. Well, no, I think it'll be clean. The only thing I was going to say is, would someone come down to help Gunther? But to be honest, who's going to come out and help Gunther? I don't need El Grande Americano. We all know that's Ludwig Kaiser. I don't think there is anyone else that would necessarily come down. I think it's going to be clean. I'm hoping for it to be clean. I think that's the right way for it to go. Anything else could sort of... I don't think we need those shenanigans. I'm going to go clean. If it was like Dominic and Judgment Day and all of that, then maybe I might change my mind. But there's not really anyone associated with Gunther, apart from Ludwig. There's just no need. Fatal 4-way tag at main event for the women's tag champion, says the troll. Well, Saturday night's main event is going to be main roster against NXT, isn't it? So I don't think they're looking to do that. They could do a Fatal 4-way tag match for next week's show, or the week after, or maybe that January 5th. There is a Raw coming up that they really want to build. There is a Raw coming up in early January that they want to make a big deal of. It's the anniversary of Raw going to Netflix. So they could do something on that show. We could build to that show. Okay, so Io has made her way down. Io is in the ring. And we're going to be going over to our first match. Not a long promo, that by Gunther. Didn't need to be honest. Short, sweet, got to the point, did everything it needed to do. Rhea is a bit cringy, the way that she tries to act friendly with Io. Like, who in reality walks around with a friend who's 2 feet smaller and has an arm around them? It looks so staged, said Undercover Manager. Well, I don't mind the fact she's smaller and she puts her arm around her, but there is a lot of pally kind of stuff, you know? They've gone from being like fierce rivals to people that can't keep their hands off each other. I do agree with that. You could make the same sort of argument about Charlotte and Alexa. I think, you know, they've obviously got such a short window to try and communicate how close and friendly they are. Mainly because there's probably a betrayal coming at some point. Normally when it comes to wrestling, friends turn on each other eventually. So, you know, you've got a short window to really communicate these two really like each other. These two are best friends, blah, 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 blah. And those kind of things can get a bit exaggerated as a result. Okay, Io in action. Is she taking on... Who's she taking on? Was that on the preview? No, it wasn't on the preview. Oh, I don't know who she's taking on. Kyrie! Okay, Io, Kyrie. Okay. Aaron, hello. I think Cena is going to tap. I brought the last shirt. Oh, really? Wouldn't that go against everything, though? Because he's always said never give up. And, you know, him, you know, tapping out in matches, whatever. But for this last one, with a whole story being around, I'm going to make you do something you said you'd never do. And that's the story they want to go with. I don't know. Does it not kind of take a little something away by having him tap? I sort of feel like what they're going to do is they'll have Cena tease in the tap. He is definitely going to be in that situation where he's being choked and he's being put to sleep. And he is going to tease it. And that crowd are going to be like, no, John, no, don't do it. In that moment, does he tap because he's basically tapping out on his career? But then does that not go against the whole never give up thing? I think I agree with people when they said he'll just go. That'll be the end. Cena fought until he couldn't fight anymore. He fought with everything he had and he done. And I think that's how he goes out. It's interesting though, Aaron. It's going to be a hell of a conversation, that, innit? How does John go out? Does he go out getting pinned? Does he go out getting choked out? There's Obafemi. There's the ruler. The NXT champ in the crowds. He's here to watch Io versus Kyrie. He's still got Ricky Saint side plates on. Why? Why has he still got Ricky Saint side plates? What the flip? I have no idea. Cody Ober is this weekend. I don't know why they've not changed those side plates. That's a bit crazy to me. Right. Daze, why wouldn't we do a trilogy between Dom and Cena? A clean fight to end the three. Or at least have Randy, the legend killer, against Cena. Or Javon was great. Creative get an F from me, says Metal Mama. Hello, Metal Mama. I think, to be honest with you, it's all about identifying who is the person for Cena to pass the torch over to, right? That person, to me, needs to be someone that's close enough to the world title picture where you can really capitalize on them. So, you know, someone like Javon is an exciting young talent, but he's got a long way to go until he gets to a world title on the main roster. I mean, Javon right now isn't even an NXT champion, right? So Javon, you know, you can say this is one for the future, but the problem with Javon is if you're not going to pull the trigger with him next year and get him to a world title quickly, anyone that tunes in to watch John against Javon and they like Javon, they're going to want to tune in, hopefully, next time to watch Javon. Well, if Javon's not on the main roster and he's in NXT, and then he's going to get called up and he's going to, you know, get a bit of TV time, go after a mid-cut, it's too slow. I feel like that is someone that's really exciting for the future, but he's too far away from the mountaintop. He's too far down. He's one for the future, and he definitely could have had a match with John this year as a nice showcase. Could have done John against Javon Evans at a Saturday night's main event. You know, could have done it on a Raw earlier this year. Could have done open challenges or whatever, right? We missed the boat on that. I think for this last person, it needs to be someone that you tune in, watch, go, damn, that is, I need to see what that guy is doing next. And, you know, you could get that with Javon, but Javon's in NXT. So you need someone that I think is a little higher up the mountain. Gunther is that. You know, Gunther absolutely could win the Rumble. He could absolutely main event WrestleMania. He could win the WWE Championship. Like, he's on the main roster. He's a big star on the main roster. He's got all this credibility behind him. Longest reigning Intercontinental Champion. That, for me, is why he's better positioned. Because you've got to think about not John and John's last match. You've got to think more about people tuning in that are then going to want to see more of that person next year. And I understand Javon Evans fits that, but he's in NXT. And I think they want people tuning into the main roster. So you'd have to call Javon up. You'd have to really get behind him. I don't think WWE are looking to do that. Not when they've got some good alternatives. And I think Gunther is a good alternative. So, you know, Randy, we've already done the match this year. Everyone knows Randy. You're not really building anyone by doing Randy. Who was your other one? Dom. I've already faced Dom twice. You know, hopefully people tuned in to Survivor Series to see Dom. So, you know, Dom could have been the last match. You could have had Dom as the last match, but they decided to do that before. Just going to commercial break as Kyrie is in charge. Triple A said, do you think that they will make Cena tap out? I don't think so. If they do that, it would be a shame in his last match. I think it'll ruin the image. I'll be disgusted if they decide to do that with his last match. I don't think so. I don't think it sends a great message if you particularly do that, but I don't know. There's a chance. We know that WWE creative can't massively be trusted in 2025, but I don't think so. Daze, do we think? Oh, we read that one. Metal Mama said, okay, yeah, but Dom has got AAA. So WWE would get viewers not about John Zender's story. I'm thinking about his legacy, not so much the person that beats him. Well, that's where I think WWE are looking different. I think you're looking at John and John's career. I think WWE are looking more... I think the first thing they did is they went to John and said, who do you want? Yeah, you've had such an amazing career. Who do you want? And I think if John had turned around and said Randy, then that's the match you would have got. If John had turned around and said, I want Kurt Angle, I don't think he can wrestle now, but whatever. I'm sure they would have done it if it could be done, right? John, we know, turned around and said, you tell me who needs that platform. You know, you tell me who we need to showcase. You tell me where the future of this business is going. And, you know, let's do it. I'll tell you the other problem with Javon is that he's a babyface. And so everyone's going to be behind John Cena in that last match. It does make a lot more sense to put a heel in there with Cena for that last match than it would a babyface. And Javon at the moment is a babyface. So if you was going to go with anyone, I think like an Oba Femi. If you was going to go with an NXT talent, maybe a Trick Williams, maybe an Ethan Page, someone that's an out-and-out heel, right? Certainly Oba could play an out-and-out heel. Because you just saw the reaction there with Gunther in the ring and the whole crowd chanting for John. Gunther absolutely loving it. I mean, Gunther is giving those people someone to really root against. Not that they need much help, but, you know, I'm going to bully him. I'm going to tap him out. You know, everyone goes into that show firmly behind John, loving John. There's no confusion. There's no young kid doing amazing stuff that's going to distract them from John. You know, the other thing about Gunther is he's very meat and potatoes, keeps it simple, doesn't do showy stuff. You know, he's not going to, you know, steal any spotlight from John. He's just going to wear him down, beat him up, you know, brutalize him. That actually keeps the spotlight on John. But because John didn't select anyone, WWE have had to identify someone that they really want to give that platform to, that spotlight. And we've had this conversation all year as to who it should have been. I think it's right it's a heel. I think it's right it's someone on the main roster higher up the mountain. I think it's right it's someone that's not necessarily going to take too much of the spotlight away from John. And for me, Gunther ticks the boxes. Yeah, I really don't hate the Gunther choice personally for those reasons. But if you have listened to that and gone, no, I disagree, that's absolutely fine. I understand that there are a lot of passionate opinions on this one. Well, to be honest, there's a lot of passionate opinions on all of them. But right, EO with a pin there on Kyrie. EO is on top of Kyrie, stepping over Kyrie right now. This match has been going a little bit, but we have had commercial break. Kyrie getting up, hitting EO from behind. EO now upside down in like a tree of woe. Climbing up. EO holding onto the ropes and gets stomped down there by Kyrie. 1, 2. Kick out, but it's labored. I don't even know if that was meant to be a 3 or not. Really not a fan of the Tree of Woe, you know, because the wrestlers have to hold those top ropes in order for that move to work. You do sort of look at it and go, just don't do that. Don't hold the rope. Like, there seems to be some very obvious cooperation with that move. Right now, we got both of these in the middle of the ring. Io with Kyrie looking to pick Kyrie up and trying to slam her down, but no joy. Clothesline there by Kyrie. Io is down. Io going to the outsides. Connor said, imagine if The Rock returns on Saturday. I don't know. He might send a message. I don't expect him to... I don't expect him to, like, interrupt and take the spotlight. Oh, Io lands on her feet. That was good. Io coming over, looking for a German on Kyrie. Trying to pick up Kyrie. Boom! German connects to the outside. Aaron said, I think it would be fun if he says, I'm done and this is the guy. But you're probably right. It wouldn't be great, but it would give Gunther some aura. Would be fun to do it. It's him saying, I'm done and this is... Oh, what do you mean? Him tapping? Do you mean? I think what I just heard is enough for me to think it won't go that way because of Gunther saying, I'm going to make you do something you never said you would do. You've always been about never give up. I'm going to embarrass you. All of a sudden, that tapping out now has got more meaning to it. That tapping out now is all about, has John Cena lied to us all along? You know, it feels to me like it's being made into a bigger thing, which means there's definitely going to be a moment where he's going to be in that position. Asuka getting involved. Rhea coming round. Live crowd going crazy for this. Right now we got Asuka down. Rhea with a kick. Asuka going over to the timekeepers area. Io is upside down. Now she's holding on again for another Tree of Woe. But this time she's kicking out. That's better. That's better. Kyrie is down. Moonsault by Io connects. 1, 2, 3. Io wins. Fine match. Didn't massively mean anything. It's another one of those weird matches that is a showcase. Sonny, hello. Hope you're doing well. I met a foreign guy called Morteza. He bought me Timmy's and we chatted. He asked if I wanted to have some fun, and I said no. He said he'll text me again. Well, Sonny, shout out to you. The world of dating is a wild and wonderful world. You'll have all kinds of experiences doing meeting up new people with new people. It was okay, said Corey. A lot of the moves felt very telegraphed. Jordan said, Daze, I could see Gunther eliminating Brock or Brock eliminating Gunther at the Rumble. Then we do heel. What storyline that would be? WWE make it happen. Give the fans what they want. Be creative, says Jordan. Well, I could see them doing Brock, Gunther. Brock, I think, would have to lean into being a bit more face, but he would... I don't know that they'll accept him as just outright face. But I could see... It'd be a difficult one. Heel is very difficult. But I think they would want it more because they would want Gunther to get a win over Brock and to show that he is Brock's equal. And that does make sense, because if you're going to have him go over John, then just keep building, keep adding. Okay, here's the vision. Logan's here. Logan came in, said something's got to be done. You never had backup. Okay, so Heyman gives Logan some brass knucks. Okay. Let me know. Cody has been a good WWE champ. The ratings have not gone up, and you did say the champ steers the wheel for the ratings, says Benny. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that it's been good. I don't think we've said it's been good. Well, what we've said is who's to blame for it not being good. I blame creative, but the truth remains that it has not been a good run, and there's lots of criticism for it, so I don't think we've sat here and said it's been good. Blow me now. Could you imagine if I sat here and said that Cody's run had been good? And imagine how quickly you lot would jump on me if I was to make that claim. We've said the exact opposite. Cleveland said, Daze, if WWE sell it, are you going to buy Logan's brass knucks? No, I have no interest in anything connected to Logan Paul. And actually, what was just surprising there was they've done some investment backstage in Logan, which we've not even seen that sort of investment in the likes of Bron Breakker. It's been very frustrating. We've said quite often that we need backstage segments where we can dig into these characters. And that's a real frustration that we've not done that with Bron and we've not done that with Bronson. But yeah, here we are doing it with flipping Logan Paul. You see stuff like this, and you see that the way he's being presented. It's just another little step forward. It's another little step forward. It's a little bit more. It's a little bit more. Seemingly is with the Vision. Seemingly that wasn't a one-time thing at Survivor Series like I thought it was going to be. You know, here he is now. He's kind of in the group, but I don't know if it's official. And he said on his podcast he wasn't sure if it's official, but they're allowing him in the dressing room. He said to the, Bron and Bronson about helping him with his Ray problem, and they're like, okay. So, I mean, they're working with him and all this stuff. It's just a little bit more. And Heyman just said, you've not had backup before. You've got backup now. He's part of, like, a proper story. Honestly, he's gonna... You can just see the more they give him and a little bit more over time, you can sort of see where this is going. Okay, we've got Lyra and Bailey just being interviewed. Okay, so Lyra and Bailey are pretty fired up here. Everyone here wants to see us as women's tag team champs, says Bailey. Okay. I think, was that just like a little interview in between commercial? So not really too much to it. Bit of a rah-rah thing. Right. Boom. Dog Pound said Daze Cena has tapped out 3 times in his career. Yeah, but I mean, to be honest, across a career that's gone all the way back to like 2002, doesn't really matter. I think the story they want to present here is that, you know, this is what you believe in, never giving up. Well, I'm going to make you give up in your last match. Okay, we got the War Raiders right now. Little video package for them. They're going to be getting tag team championship opportunity. Stanley said, Daze, why can't John Cena go out and win and make Gunther tap and lose? It would make it better for John. Does Cena have a finish-in hold the ATF? He could put Gunther in and Gunther taps out. Well, he can, but that's not really tradition. So tradition, and it's not always followed, but tradition is you lose your last match. So wrestling has given everything to John. You know, imagine John Cena without wrestling. I don't know where he would be. I don't know what he would be doing. Maybe he would have been a bodybuilder. Maybe he would have made it into films anyway. I don't know. But what I know and what John knows is that wrestling has given everything to John. Yeah, it's given him the platform for him to go on and do and have the life that he's got now, right? And do all the things he's doing now. So, of course, John is passionate about pro wrestling, right? This is John's last opportunity to give back to wrestling, right? And he's given back a lot. But I don't know if you could ever give back enough, right? I mean, everything John's got, all the wealth, all the opportunities, you know, all everything he's got, you know, largely thanks to pro wrestling, right? So a lot of people have said, well, he's given back a lot. I mean, he's lost to Austin Theory and he's lost to this person, he's lost to that person and all this kind of stuff, right? But, I mean, can you ever give back enough? Can you ever say thank you enough for all your blessings? This is an old tradition. It's the last chance to put someone over, right? It's the last chance to say thank you. And tradition would say that you lose your last match. This way, you put someone over, you make them a bit bigger. You know, Gunther will be seen for the first time by some people that tune in, that only watch casually. And if he beats John clean, then that obviously gives him an air of credibility, more momentum. Yeah, he becomes a bigger star because of this. If Cena beats him, then you're actually taking away some of that. For what? For what purpose? Cena doesn't need it. Everyone loves Cena. This is Cena's last gift to wrestling. Okay, Ray came down and he got jumped by Logan. So Logan is in the ring and just unloading on Ray. Drop kick there, basement drop kick by Ray. Ray taking off. He's got a nice. I like his jacket. Oh, mass person. The mystery person is back. The mystery person just laid out Rey Mysterio and bang, another curb. Another curb. Are we going to get the reveal? No. Mystery person jumps out the ring, runs away through the crowds. There was a lot of frustration last week that we didn't dig back into this storyline. So it is good to see this person popping up again. This person coming to Logan Paul's aids. Coming to the Vision's aids. Now, obviously, there's big rumors. Big rumors around the idea that it's Austin Theory. I've seen a few thoughts that it's Randy Orton. I think Theory makes more sense. But here's LA Knight. LA Knight's coming down. Okay, LA Knight coming down. We've seen him and Logan before. But he's chasing Logan away. So yeah, we get to see that mystery person again. And just a bit of a shame that we don't get the reveal yet. Okay, what's LA Knight going to say? Probably challenge Logan to a match. Don't you go anywhere. Yeah, I don't think it's Seth. I think they're trying to make you think it's Seth. Just when I thought the Vision couldn't suck anymore. It's time for you to pay. So LA Knight wants him to pay right here, right now. LA Knight saying yeah. Logan saying no. Finley said, I think it's Jericho, but for real, it's not him. If you GM, I think they could carry it on into next year and it be revealed to be Jericho. But I mean, word on the street is the person playing it right now is Theory. So, but that doesn't mean that that's going to be the reveal, of course. But yeah, the masked person coming back, stomping again. They want everyone to think it's Seth. It's just a bit too obviously that's what they're doing, you know. It's just a bit obvious that it's not going to be Seth. Okay, I think we've gone to commercial break. LA Knight helps Ray to the back. Kappa said, Daze, I hate it, but Logan is growing on me. Well, listen, you do you, buds. If that's what you enjoy and that's what you're enjoying, it's absolutely fine. Don't let anyone tell you what you should or shouldn't enjoy. If you enjoy watching Logan and Logan's work, then yeah, fine. David said, Big Jim. I think that's a Uso kick. Oh, you think it's Big Jim? Interesting. Interesting. Cameron, shout out to you, my friends. Cameron, I hope you're doing well. Appreciate the support, buds. Cameron said, I could see Gunther being the one that retires Jericho, maybe even AJ Styles in 2026. Well, I mean, I just think that when you're building someone, you have to keep investing in them, right? It's not just a case that they retire one person and that's it, they're made. Or they win a championship, that's it, they're made. Like, you have to keep investing. You have to keep giving them things. You know, it might be Rumble wins or Money in the Bank wins or whatever it might be. You have to keep investing. So, you know, there's people that have said Gunther's already retired Goldberg, so why does he need to retire Cena? Or he's been a world champion, so why does he need to retire Cena? And it's like, well, he's not been a WWE champion. He's not main evented night 2 of Mania. He's not main evented night 2 of SummerSlam. He's never won a Royal Rumble. Like, there's loads that Gunther has not done. And he does not naturally stand alongside CM Punk, Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes. He doesn't feel of that level. And until he feels of that level, I would say that there's more building and more investing that's needed. So the Cena thing makes sense to me. And until we get to next year and we see what, you know, how they treat him, it's hard to say, you know, how he's going to be next year. But I wouldn't be shocked if we get to next year and he's still not quite at that Roman level. I mean, the Roman level's insane. That's too far. But CM Punk, Seth Rollins, you know, that kind of level. Gunther doesn't feel like that to me. And I think it's only because he's not been doing those big main events. He's not been main event in PLEs. We need him to main event PLEs. So I think that if we start doing that next year, then he'll start to feel like an even bigger star. But yeah, honestly, he could be someone that retires AJ. He could be AJ Styles' last opponent. I think there'd be some pushback on that, though, because there's pushback on him being Cena's last opponent. I think you'd have a lot of people saying he doesn't need it. He already retired Cena. But my viewpoint on it is that you keep investing in people. You keep giving them opportunity to build them. It's not just one thing and that's it, you know? It's a real commitment Yeah, he retired Goldberg. Yeah, he's the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion. Yes, he's won the main event. He's won the World Heavyweight. Yes, he's main evented at SummerSlam Night 1. But you don't just stop now. Not unless he's up there at the top level, and I don't think he is yet. It takes a long time to build people and a lot of commitment. It's not an easy thing to do. So, Cameron, honestly, I agree with you. I think he could. Whether the fans would like it, that's a completely different conversation. But I think that they are fully committed to Gunther. I think they really do want to get him up there. And just takes a lot of work, a lot of commitment. Wonder if he will be the one to retire AJ. I think AJ will have a say in it, though. I think AJ will get a bit of a choice. And I don't know what AJ would say, honestly, as to what he would want. But if he left it to WWE, then yeah, I think Gunther would be in the run-in at least. Let's put it that way. Okay, War Raiders are in the ring. They have got their tag team championship opportunity. War Raiders, Dragon Lee, AJ Styles. RBD Blaze, shout out to you, my friends. How come you're behind Sammy but not LA Knight? I don't understand. Explain. I explained it, but I think that Sammy, for me, is a better in-ring wrestler. I find his work to be more enjoyable. I think LA Knight's matches are 3.5 stars out of 5. I think Sammy genuinely gets over 4 stars on a pretty regular basis. I think if you did an LA Knight Open Challenge, it wouldn't have gone as well as the Sami Zayn Open Challenge. I think that Sammy has been very fortunate with some of the opportunities that he's had over the years. I think him being in the Bloodline and that story of him hitting Roman with the chair leading to that amazing match at Elimination Chamber where, you know, Montreal was going crazy for Sammy and it was Sammy Roman. The match was really good. Sammy trying to win that world championship. Sammy's always had this really likable underdog vibe. They played on it a lot in NXT, actually. And it was in NXT that he grabbed my attention. There's the young OG. The young OG, Javon Evans. Winner of the Iron Survivor. So, yeah, in-ring wise, Javon and Leon against AJ and Dragon Lee. So, there we go. I mean, wow, I'm surprised they're giving Leon that platform. I'm very surprised they're giving Leon that platform. Not against it. Brilliant talents. Good to see Javon getting on that show. That makes a lot of sense. But, well, there we go. Yeah, not down on that. So, yeah, as I said, I'm not against LA Knight. I'm not anti-LA Knight. But I find Sammy's promos to be, his delivery to be really passionate. I find them to have more substance. LA Knights can be a bit of word salad with a few catchphrases thrown in. I find LA Knights matches to be about 3.5 stars. And I feel like there is a real level of support for LA Knight, which kind of fuels more people getting on boards. I feel like there's a lot of hype around the catchphrases, a lot of hype around the fact he's not being utilized, which I don't really understand why that's not there for Sammy. Do you know what I mean? I think Sammy's works better, and he is also someone that's never been a world champion, and he's been on the main roster longer. So I could throw it back and say, why are you not more of a fan of Sammy than LA Knight? Sammy's been on the main roster longer than LA Knight, has still not won a world championship, and I think his in-ring is really good. I think his promos are really fiery. It's just, I don't know, does it come down to the fact he hasn't got a catchphrase? Is it that simple? I don't know. Some would say the LA Knight is more charismatic. Maybe. Don't know. I think it's an interesting one. Why we like who we like. I really like him. I mean, I love Gunther. I love Elia.
I put a lot on that in-ring, you know? I want to watch someone wrestle. I want to really enjoy the match. So, yeah, that's why. But it's not a hatred of LA Knight. LA Knight's fine. And I hope he gets the world title. And I hope he does it for many of you guys. Because I know so many of you are fans. Right, we are underway with this tag match. And the New Day are watching from ringside. Right. Sonny said, the man I went out with likes soccer, but he doesn't like cats or dogs. Well, that's a red flag. If they don't like dogs, I can understand not liking cats. Okay, opening match was good. 92. Shot coming in there by Eric. As he goes to the outsides. So we found out who is going to be... Well, that might be our last match, actually, you know. 3 matches have been announced now for Saturday night's main event. Now, I don't think we're going to have much more time. We might squeeze one more in, but I'm really not sure. Ivar hurling AJ back against the ropes. Down goes Dragon Lee. Eric right in his face. Here's Ivar. Crossbody on the outsides. Cross body on the outside. AJ Styles down. Okay, I think we're going to commercial break again. We're 53 minutes into this week's Raw. 53 minutes into this week's Raw. And we've had some storyline development. I mean, there's definitely been reasons to tune in, but I don't know that we've had anything that's seismic yet. Do we think they will let AJ compete in TNA on AMC? It was reported that it was being discussed. Well, I hope so, Robbie. I hope so. I mean, we've got this relationship with TNA, and I really don't see what it hurts. I mean, AJ Styles, we know he's wrapping up his career next year. Why would we not allow it? I don't understand, to be honest. Why, what's the problem? You know, what's the issue? It's not like he's going there for 6 months or anything, is it? So why can't he go to TNA and have a match? So I really hope that it does happen, because I can't give you a good reason as to why it shouldn't. I mean, you can't say, oh, well, he might get injured, because he might get injured in any match. I mean, that's not a good enough reason. So you can't say that. And, you know, if this partnership is a serious partnership, then, yeah, why not? I mean, we're taking Leon Slater and we're showing Leon Slater. I mean, that's great for TNA, by the way. We're showing a TNA talent on John Cena's last event, you know? I mean, that's great for them, so... They're certainly not going to be complaining about that. But yeah, why would we not let them have AJ? They should definitely do it. Kick out there by AJ. I think AJ definitely wants to do it as well. Okay, shots coming in there by Eric. I think Speed is the mystery person, said the troll face. Rhino Rob, shout out to you. AB WWE fan said, I was thinking, if Gunther wins clean, but then tries to do a post-match beatdown, someone could come out and make the save. John allows to stand tall and be able to say goodbye. Thoughts? I wouldn't do it, only because the person making the save is getting a little bit of spotlight. Don't know that I would do that. I think that I would have Gunther win and then just roll out the ring and leaving John Cena down, and the crowd's, you know, supporting John. John gets up, says a few words. I don't know that it needs a post-fight beatdown and a post-fight save and those kind of things. Is that then too much of a talking point coming out of the show that maybe is just not really needed? Gunther gets the win, immediately rolls out the ring, goes away, leaving Cena alone. I think they do that. I think they do that rather than trying to do some storyline, you know, and make a thing out of it. Eric going for the cover and kick out there by AJ. Okay, pretty much an hour in. This year's Saturday night's main event is shizzing all over WrestleMania, says the Adam Online. Another knee coming in. Yeah, it's a good point. Fightful saying this is such a great opportunity for Leon, because Leon will at some point be in the ring with AJ Styles. So Leon getting in there with AJ. I know it's a tag match, so they won't always be in the ring at the same time, but there'll be a moment, definitely, where Leon and AJ are in the ring against each other. And that's something that Leon has said he really wanted. He was really hoping that when AJ came to TNA last time, that it was going to lead to a match. So I wonder if AJ had any say in that whatsoever. Don't know. I tell you though, I do look at this and I do think now, like, why didn't we put the NXT tag titles on Javon and Leon? Because I didn't think they were going to get this match. So this could have been like the tag champs on the main roster against the tag champs of NXT. But, you know, it's Dark State that are the NXT tag champs at the moment. Okay, right now we've got Dragon Lee with Eric is over in the corner. Right now online on my feed, everyone's talking about Saturday night's main event. I don't think too many people are thinking that the champs are in any danger here. Dragon Lee with a big stomp. Down goes Eric. Big knee coming in there by Dragon Lee, and wobbly legs there for Ivar. Dragon Lee trying to power up. He's got Ivar on the shot. Goes stumbling back. Falls against the ropes. Dragon Lee picking him up. God, still can't do it. Going for a third time. Oh, it's a bit messy. Bit botchy. Goes back to the corner. Dragon Lee taking the elbow pad off. Charging in. Bang. Back elbow. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Ivar. Triple A said, are they going to keep giving Cody title after title? If he loses, will he win again? Why not others? Will they give him a world heavyweight title? Why not Randy, Roman, or others? Well, Cody, I think, enjoys a lot of great support. He enjoys great crowd support in the arenas, but also he's got like some of the best merch sales. Like the metrics and everything are really good for Cody. They've obviously invested a lot in Cody and really giving him, like, you know, big wins in a feud against Brock, winning that series against Seth 3-0. I think when he tore his pectoral muscle and did that Hell in a Cell, like, those kind of things aren't forgotten. That's, you know, that's all credibility in the bank. And so that has helped build up Cody's aura. We spoke a lot about how you don't just do one thing to build someone. It's over a long period of time. Bang. You know, Cody not finishing the story, trying to finish it, then finish it. That was huge. Him fighting with a torn pectoral muscle. That was huge. Like, they've invested so much into Cody that, yeah, he's the guy. He's the person they've identified as the guy. And there was a very clear passing of the torch from Cena to Cody at SummerSlam. So he is the guy that WWE are strapping the rocket to. So if he loses the title, will he get it back? Yeah, I think Cody's always going to be around the top end of the card. He's up there with a Seth, someone else that's always going to get opportunity. He's up there with a CM Punk, someone else that I think will always get opportunity. So, yeah, and the reason for that is because when he came back, they identified him as someone they wanted to build, and they've done a lot of that over the years. They've given him big wins, big moments, including WrestleMania 40. I mean, it didn't get much bigger than that. And what went down there, and his engagements, his moments with The Rock, getting whipped in the rain, and, you know, all of that builds. You don't just abandon that now. So that's why he's in the mix, and he will stay in the mix. Unless the merch sales fall or the viewing figures fall. Big knee there by Eric. 1, 2, AJ. Kick out. You got to hook the leg. That's what Kofi's shouting. You got to hook the leg. Right now, we got Eric. We got Ivar in the ring. We've had a few close calls in this. It's been a fun match, honestly. I think the issue with these matches for me is I'm not really hearing much doubt as to who's going to win. So it's like I'm watching them compete and they're doing some good stuff. Nice work there by AJ. Taking Ivar over. Ivar goes crashing into Eric. Dragon Lee looking to go across the ring over the other side. Big air there by Dragon Lee. Down goes Eric. Ivar in the middle of the ring. AJ Styles on the outsides. Phenomenal forearm. Boom! Connects. 1, 2, 3. AJ Styles. Dragon Lee with the victory. Champs retain. Let's get the poll up. AJ Styles. AJ wins. Good win, said David. AJ Styles. Dragon Lee. In the ring. Here's New Day. Grayson, Kofi, Xavier getting in the ring right now. Hour of the show is done. New Day getting in the ring. Going over to... oh, okay. Usos. It's Jay's graphic. I don't know if Jimmy's with him. Oh, yeah. They're both coming out. Now, we saw Jay crash out, didn't we? Do you know what? I don't mind this because we're doing a bit of work on the Raw tag division. I don't mind that. There's a dude yeeting away. There's a few people yeeting away. I tell you what, there's a guy in the crowd that's yeeting, and I don't know if you noticed, but he was doing a bit of a groin thrust. I don't think that's required. I sort of feel like it's just upper body, you know? Like this. I don't know that you need to be thrusting your... Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I'd just be doing that if I was on TV. Yeah? Not like... I mean, thank God I'm not watching in 3D. Do you know what I mean? Don't know. Certain things I just don't need coming at my face. I might have that on my tombstone, actually. That's a hell of a quote. That is a hell of a quote. There's some things I don't need coming at my face. Okay, Jimmy, Jay. They're down. We're dapping. Wade can't keep up. Is not a noose. It's not Wade Oos. Bad news Oos. Bad Noose Brown. Bad Noose Barrett. Okay, we got the Usos in the ring. New Day are in there. AJ and Dragon Lee are in there. It's probably the most exciting the Raw Tag Division's been in a long time. And it's not even that exciting, to be honest. But... well, you know. AJ. Jey Uso. Kofi. All former world champs. Looks like we're getting a bit of a segment here. Some sort of summit. Is he going to flip and run it back? He's going to flip and run it back, isn't he? He is going to flip and run it back. Yeah, see, oh, my God. Oh, my God. Listen. They listen to the live crowds. Yeah? And if the live crowd's going to keep cheering this, we're going to have to keep watching it. I swear to God, if you buy a ticket and go to this show and you cheer for this flipping rerun, it's on you. We need Jay to be like that and everyone go, no, thank you. The first one was enough, thank you. We're back in the tag team division, says the Usos. Well, Jay's got his head down at that. I don't think he's loving it. We've been taking L after L. 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 Oh. L. Yeah. I watched my brother crash out last week. I had one question. What you doing, Oos? What you doing, Oos? What? This is what we're going to do. What are we doing? We're going to get back to us. We're going to block the noise. The best damn tag team is now in your city. Hey, do you know what? I'm down for Usos New Day again, to be honest. You don't know. Oh, I'm sure they know about you. You might not know about us, but they do. They turn around. They step up to the New Day. We're going to run through you like we always do. Okay, New Day. What's Grayson going to do? New Day get laid out by the Usos. Grayson, stand in there. Yeah. Do you want to run it back again? No, I'll go. I'll go. It's just, do you want more? I'll just go. I'll go. Okay, well, it's hard to not see it as a demotion for Jay, isn't it? It is hard to see it as anything other than a demotion, but is it good? Yes. Usos are one of the greatest tag teams of all time. Usos New Day, I'll watch that any day of the week. Is this going to help the tag division? Yes. Is it going to get Jay out of his funk? Hopefully. And also, we could get like a bit of a heel turn or something. You know, it could be that we do this for a little bit and then bang, he turns on Jimmy. Well, we're off into, you know, heel Jay world then. So it might not be a long-term thing. I'm not sure, but I'll take this short term. I'll take this. I think a lot of people will actually, because a lot of people are like, I just don't need to see Jay. You know, singles matches. So I've got to think people will be on board with that. Apart from Jay fans, that will be a bit sad. Right, tickets available. SmackDown, January 30th. Royal Rumble, January 31st. Tickets available Wednesday. There's Stephanie. And Stephanie's boobs. Okay, she's coming up next. Niall, shout out to you, my friend, said, Daze, I've sent out Christmas cards today. My friend in Washington was saying that it was raining, but it's snowing here. I told him I was going to stuff his card with snow, says Niall. Niall, shout out to you. Niall, Horan fan. Shout out to you, my friends. We've managed to avoid snow so far. It's always a bit hit and miss. You never quite know when you get to December when the snow's going to come. It's certainly been cold. But, yeah, no snow yet. And to be honest, like, it's real hit and miss as to whether you get a white Christmas now. I seem to remember it being fairly consistent white Christmases when I was young, but that could just be me making up false memories. But I certainly remember as a kid having some white Christmases. But as years have gone by, they've got less and less frequent. So, don't know, I'm not sure if we'll get any snow this side of Christmas, but it's always nice, I think, when you get a bit of snow. Get a little bit of snow. White Christmas. I'm definitely down for that. So I would imagine it's quite festive where you are, my friend. So a little bit of snow in the post, eh? Not the greatest gift because the card will get all soggy and everything. But no horror fan, shout out to you. Brandon said, hopefully that does mean no more singles run for Jay. I am definitely over the yeet. Yeah, I don't think you'd be alone on that, to be honest, but I think a lot of people are like, I'm done now. I definitely don't need to see any more. This is a failed experiment. And, I'm not saying it will never work again. I'm not saying that we never go and try it again, but certainly a little break where we go back and we re-energize and we go back to that tag division. Yeah, man, don't mind that. Don't mind that. He looked pretty glum, though, didn't he, when Jimmy was talking about all the L's. Jay was there with his head down. BB Yipsy, hello. Question. What does snow have to do with Christmas? Jesus was born outside in a manger. I don't know where that connection came from. There was a famous cartoon I want to say the 1980s, called The Snowman here in the UK that was played on Christmas Day. And it's got like a famous song in it. And it's a famous kind of animated cartoon. And that was all about snow and snowman. I'd imagine it's probably to do with the time of year, isn't it? I'd imagine it's to do with the fact we celebrate it in December, that for many of us is obviously winter, not in Australia, but for many of us it's winter. And, back in the day, I'd imagine there was snow more often than not. As things have changed, it's becoming less and less. So I suppose the connection might be a little bit weaker now. But if you watch Christmas movies and everything, it's always like snowy, isn't it? It's just part of Christmas. So I think it's more to do with the time of year. Although my understanding is that no one actually knows when Jesus was born. But we celebrate it as being the 25th of December. But I don't believe that is like 100% fact. It's just this is the date that we celebrate it. So I think it's just to do with the time of year. Okay, we've got Carter Jensen of the Royals catcher. I have no idea what that means. But he is in the crowds. Doug Dilly said, I hate white Christmases. Oh, no, I had a white Christmas. It doesn't snow often in southern Arizona. Yeah, that's interesting. I'd imagine in those places where it doesn't snow, is it still as associated? I'm guessing it is, because if you look at Christmas films, it's normally snow, isn't it? Don't really tend to get too many sunny Christmas films. Okay, here is La Primera. War Raiders versus AJ and Dragon Lee. Okay, Stephanie is looking great. Looking very good. Coming off the win over Nikki Bella, of course. Okay, let's end this poll. War Raiders against AJ and Dragon Lee. In Germany, it only rains and it's about 15 degrees, said Stephen. Oh, really? So you don't tend to get white Christmases? Yeah, to be honest, we don't get them as much now, as I said, so... I still think it's associated. Cards, films. it's still connected, but maybe we just don't get to see it as much anymore in real life. Okay, Stephanie's in the ring. She's being interviewed by Jackie. Who's next? I want to face everyone. I feel like it's going to be Liv next, is it? Because Liv made her presence felt last week. I'm going to speak through action, said Stephanie. I am the best. It's not because of the devil's kiss. It sounds like she's heard some criticisms that she's only got where she's got because of the devil's kiss. It's a weird thing to say, isn't it? I am the best. And it's not because of the devil's kiss. That feels like she's read something. We have Bailey. We have Natty. Do you know who's at the top? Triple H. Oh, here's Nikki. At the stars above. Here's Nikki Bella. She's made her way out. She's in her wrestling attire, so I'm guessing she might be having a match. But then that's thrown me off before, to be honest. You don't deserve the presence of someone like me. We're so not done. Oh, people are going to love this. People are going to absolutely love this. A rematch. Here's Raquel. She grabs Nikki. Drives Nikki into the ring post. Nikki goes down. Nikki Bella down as Raquel gets up. Is it going to be? It's not going to be Raquel, is it? I thought Liv was going after her. Name the time. Name the place. I sort of felt like it was quite obvious last week that Liv gave the tag belts to Raquel and Roxanne because she was going to set her sights on Stephanie and she approached her backstage. So why is Raquel out here now? Backstage with LA Knight. He's got a match coming up with Logan. LA Knight Logan coming up. Name the time. Name the place. So Raquel has seemingly put herself at the front of the queue. I'd love to know what Liv thinks about that. There's Io. Io looks so good, doesn't she? Io could totally be in a film. She looks so good in these little skits. These little vignettes. I'd watch a film with Io in if she was like a silent assassin, you know? She could make a kick-ass female Bond type character, you know? Who wouldn't want to watch that? I'd watch that. I'd watch that. Io in like a female secret agent film. murking people, poisoning them and stuff. Yeah, let's go. Do it. Make it, you cowards. Here's Byron Saxton. Maybe Liv's got called back to Hollywood, said Humpty. Liv needs others to just soften up her opponents first, said Truth. Good point. Daze, I could see EO in being like a Fast and Furious film. Oh, I'm down for that. Oh, here's Ivy Nile and the Creeds. Okay, so Ivy's talking about Maxine. Maxine's a champion and I'm not. Do you know, it's crazy. It's only now I'm realizing how little promo time we've given Ivy Nile. How often do we hear Ivy Nile talk? We just don't. To be honest, she never even got much promo time in NXT. Next week, you're going to drop the ball just like the Kansas City Chiefs did last night. Okay. Okay. I assume Liv Steph is the match for Mania. Until Liv called her out last week, it can't happen at the Rumble. But I won't be surprised if WWE drags it out till Mania, said J14. J14, I hope you well, buds. Okay, at the moment we have got commercial break, and we've got a John Cena. Another John Cena little advert. Daze, did you see the United result? Yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch much of the match. I did see parts of it though. I tuned in just as Wolves scored the equalizer, and then we got to half time. I was like, oh my god. So yeah, good win, but it's not really much, is it? I mean, they're absolutely bottom of the Premier League and struggling to find any kind of win. So imagine if we'd have lost or even drawn. But 3 points, definitely take it. Jennifer said Ivy had a cheap shot. They were already out of contention. It's just now that's at next to last in the division. Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a win for Maxine next week. I don't know how. I don't know if it's clean. I don't know if there's shenanigans. But, yeah. When is the tag team championship match? Nia and Lash against the tag champs. I don't know that it's going that way. They haven't announced anything, so it feels like we're building to like a multi-team match. To be honest, so I'm not aware of any women's tag match that's been announced yet. Okay, John Cena's final match this Saturday on Peacock. I believe YouTube for international viewers. I'm surprised they're not saying that. Okay, we're backstage with Dom and Finn and Roxanne and Liv. I don't know who this masked man is, but I kind of like him, says Dom. I'm surprised you didn't say anything. Ooh, little bit of tension. Little bit of tension. Looks like I'm going to be in your corner tonight, Liv says to Roxanne. If Raquel's going for the championship, that means it's you and I that are going to be tag champs. A little pivot. Little pivot. Drama. Interesting, says Ant Ballin. What is Liv holding? It is a cuddly chicken nugget. Cuddly chicken tendy. Okay, Lyra making her way down. She's going to be in action. Da-da-dun. 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 I forget against who. Someone else in the women's division. Bailey comes out. Even Liv looks like a giant compared to Roxanne, said Cleveland Brown. Benny said, will you listen to Logan's podcast with President Nick Khan? I don't feel like I need to. I've seen a lot of quotes from it already, to be honest. So I don't feel like I need to. Mr. Unfamiliar said, in the Attitude Era, there was more main eventers teaming up to build up the tag division. But now we don't, which makes the division feel like an undercard, said Mr. Unfamiliar. There's Sol Ruka. She's going to be taking on Bailey this weekend. It's Saturday night's main event. I tell you what, think of the talent they're showcasing. They're showcasing Sol Ruka, amazing. They're showcasing Javon and Leon, amazing. They're showcasing Obafemi, amazing. I mean, I don't see how if you don't watch NXT, if you tune in this weekend, you are going to be so impressed. There is some real talent coming through. Here's Roxanne. Roxanne Perez. Coming out with Liv. The Prodigy. Liv behind her like, yeah. Roxanne making her way down then. Lyra, Roxanne, I mean, this will be good. Okay, Sol Ruka in the crowd watching this one. Okay, Liv applauding Roxanne. I have no idea where they're going with this. Sign in the crowd said, I just hope they both have fun. I don't know where they're going with the whole Liv, Raquel, Roxanne story. There's going to be a betrayal somewhere at some point, probably from Liv. Lyra goes over. Gets a bit of support from Bailey, and we are underway. I'm surprised Lyra hasn't said that she wants to get back to the IC title. Maybe that is what will cause the Bailey split, said Phoenix. Liv always wearing heels because she's short, said Ace. Frank said, I hope they reveal the mystery guy before Christmas. Going crazy, said Frank. I like these two, said Fish Nake. Right now, we've got both of these girls in the middle. Lyra in control. Looking for a suplex. She's got Roxanne up. Nice. Bridging over. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Roxanne. Bow and arrow coming in. Lyra. Stretching that arm back. Oof. Oh, and into a pin. That's nice. Kick, no joy. Roxanne goes over against the ropes. Slap coming in there by Roxanne. How long we got? We got about an hour left in this show. Drop kick there by Lyra. Northern Lights. 1, 2. Nice Northern Lights suplex by Lyra. Daze, Funky Fluffy said, are we going to mess up Oba and his dominance? Will someone interfere in his match with Cody? I think if Oba looks good, but just falls short, I don't think it's too much of a problem. If I'm a betting man, I think I'm going to bet that Drew interferes. But, I mean, there's so many ways that you can do count out. You can do DQ. The one thing I don't expect is Oba win clean. I don't expect that. But, I don't know. Are they going to have Cody winning clean? It's a possibility, but I think there'll be some way of protecting Oba. Might be a count out. Might be a DQ. Okay, Lyra on the outside with Roxanne getting thrown back in the ring. Lyra rolls in the ring. Roxanne goes in after as well. Days, what happens first? Judgment Day split or Carmen Live becomes an ARW pro wrestler? I don't think Carmen Live's trying to achieve that, to be honest. So it's going to have to be the Judgment Day split, isn't it? I think Carmen Live is quite happy being ARW Pro's #1 fan. Lyra coming over, forearm shot blocked there by Roxanne, working on the arm. Bang, down goes Lyra. Roxanne back in control here. Stepping through, jumping down on the arm, smile on the face of Roxanne. I think we've got a Let's Go Roxy, Roxy sucks chant. As Roxanne has got Lyra over against the ropes. Bailey on the outside. She's not offering much support, Bailey. Just sort of watching on at the moment. Not saying a great deal. 1, 2. No joy. Kick out there by Lyra. Kick out by Lyra. Again, Roxanne working on the arm. That's quite nice. Pulling that arm back. Bailey trying to get the crowd involved. Lyra trying to get back up to her feet. Roxanne, bang, shot coming in there by Lyra. And again, Roxanne goes back. And another shot there by Lyra. Roxanne, down goes Lyra. Roxanne, was that a drone? Someone just flipping went past the screen. I think it was the drone. Oh, down goes Roxanne. Roxanne goes down. Shot coming in, forearm shot there by Lyra. And again. No joy. Northern Lights. Blimey, now these two both love the Northern Lights suplex. Going for another cover. 1, 2. Kick out by Lyra. How long before Bailey Humphrey shows up in NXT? She's a real beast. Well, it's a hard one to answer, to be honest, because she's done a couple of seasons of LFG. We've seen LFG talent go to Evolve next. I think it's only the winners that really make their way to NXT. So is she going to win season 3? If she does, then she could go to NXT. If not, I mean, she could be showing up in Evolve now. I don't think it'll be too long for her, but maybe the end of 2026. I sort of feel like Evolve first, and then there's clearly something that's holding her back. I think they don't want to put her to NXT until she's at a certain level, and I would suggest to me she's not quite there. I have not seen her, though. I don't watch LFG, so it's hard to comment on what she's missing. But, I mean, you will have seen her promos. You will have seen her matches. I think they want her to be a beast, to be an absolute force. And to be honest, if she's not there yet, then don't have her on NXT. 1, 2. But I've got to think by the end of 2026 she will be on NXT. But it might have to be she goes through Evolve first. Nice sit-down powerbomb there by Lyra. Hannah, hello. This Raw needs some spice, like the one in Colombia. I'll be sad seeing Cena send off. Yeah, I agree. I think this has been okay. I do find a lot of these matches, though, these women's matches that are all connected with this tag division. It's a way of getting girls in matches, girls on TV, but ultimately it doesn't matter who wins. And that is a bit of a problem, really. Kick coming in as Roxanne goes to the outsides. I mean, if Lyra wins, great. If Roxanne wins, great. But it doesn't change anything. This is all to do with the tag titles. But we've had some storyline progression, obviously. There's been some development here. But, I don't know. A show that I think, not unfair to say if you missed it, you haven't missed anything. 1, 2, Lyra. No joy. Kick out by Roxanne. It was a nice crossbody, actually. Sonny said, I want to find a lady, but there's no ladies near me. Well, Sonny, just keep looking, keep dating, go on the dating apps and, you know, just have a few chats with people. Have you tried, like, Tinder and stuff like that? I'm pretty sure, I mean, I don't use it personally, but I'm pretty sure you can put in what you're looking for and match with people. Right now, we've got Lyra's got Roxanne on that top rope. Bang. Lyra goes down to the middle of the ring. Roxanne back in this. We've got about 50 minutes left. Oof. LA Knight against Logan coming up. Bang. Knees to the back of the head there by Roxanne. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Humphrey is kind of like a double pump handle power bomb. I mean, I like the look of her. She seems like she could be a problem. She's got a good size. But if they just don't feel like she's kind of where they want her to be, they'll know the standards, right? And it's a gut feeling. They're having to, you know, make a judgment, of course. But if the feeling is she's not quite there yet, like, it's too many mistakes in the matches, the promos don't carry the impact, like, she just needs a bit more seasoning, then, yeah, let's wait until it's ready. Let's give her that time. Okay, Liv jumping up. Rake of the eyes there by Roxanne. Bailey comes round, grabs Liv. Drop kick through the ropes there by Roxanne. Liv is down. Lyra down. Roll up. No joy. Roxanne on the shoulders of Lyra. Elbow coming in. Lyra goes down the back. Roxanne against the ropes. Roll up. 1, 2. No joy. Kick out. Lyra goes against the ropes. There was a bit of a kick there by Liv, but it looked a bit botchy. But it's going to result in a pop rocks. And that'll do it. Roxanne wins in her match against Lyra. Jordan said, don't trust dating sites. They are dangerous. I think a lot of people use them, though, don't they? Yeah, I'm sure they do. I would say, I agree with you, though. Keep your guard up. Okay, get your thoughts in. What did you think about that match? Did it emotionally move you? Do you feel like a different person now? It's Tiffy time. I don't buy any of this. They're fake smiles. They're tired outfits. I'm the reason the room goes silent. Okay. That's the first time I've seen the Tiffany one. I think it's the first time they've played the Tiffany one. Okay, there's Logan. Up next, LA Knight against Logan Paul. I would like to see her when she comes up to be with Paul Heyman. Oh, what, Bailey Humphrey? Oh, here's Kofi. Kofi wants that microphone. Hell no. Hell no. Ooh. Jey Uso can't hack it on his own. Nah, bro. We're the greatest tag team in the history of planet Earth. They told the truth earlier tonight. They spoke about all the L's they've taken. And next week you'll add another one. Well, it's a real shame this didn't make TV. It's good. Hear that sound he makes when he's sucking in there? It was good, but I found that noise he was making a bit distracting. You should thank God. You should get down on your hands and knees. Raise your hands to the sky. It's good promo, honestly. Thank God for the New Day. Daze the Vision is going to interrupt LA Knight Logan like they always do. I can see it coming, said Jordan Rock. You could be right, my friends. In fact, you're almost certainly right. Right. That was, very entertaining. Okay, now we've got the next dungeon segment. Shame she couldn't flip and do that when she was having her matches with Becky Lynch. I don't remember seeing that. I remember seeing her win thanks to AJ Lee. There's Natty. I feel like this is like a cinematic match I'm watching now. She just made Natty tap. Mate, I was done anyway, but I'm definitely done now. I think I said it last week, didn't I? Pretty sure I said it last week. Pretty sure in last week's breakdown I said I'm really worried they're going to feed this Natty character to Maxine. I didn't think it would take a week. I didn't think it would take 7 days. I swear to God, WWE looked at that breakdown I did last week and went, yeah, he's right, you know. He just doesn't know it's only going to be next week. Okay, I'm over it. I'm over it, but just never ask me about it. Right, where are we? We got 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Oh, yeah. After tonight, we've got the John Cena interview. That's going to be really interesting. Oh, there's that ECW show. I think this is on their YouTube channel, isn't it? So Cena said he went to a few people to see if he could learn some stuff. Sammy, Kevin, AJ. Wow. Wow, that's amazing. That's crazy, isn't it? Cena's like, okay, I'll try and be better then. If you don't think I suck and I've only got 5 moves of doom, then I'll try and be better. Okay, that is going to be on the YouTube channel. Following Raw. Sit-down interview with Tom Rinaldi. I'm really not ready to say goodbye, said AB. Saturday, you better get your umbrellas ready because it's going to be raining tickets. Tears. Well, it's going to be raining tickets as well. It's going to be a packed house. Packed attendance. I think it's going to be a lot of legends there as well. I mean, who's going to want to miss that? John means so much to so many people. I think if you're available, you're going to try and get there, aren't you? Someone asked earlier, will Randy be there? And I think he will. But I don't know if we see him. It might just be a backstage thing. Are you going to watch the upcoming World Cup, said Todd? Oh, definitely. Yeah, really looking forward to it. Love the World Cup. I mean, it'll have to be on in the background, of course, but yeah, I am very much looking forward to that next year. Okay, LA Knight against Logan. That's coming up next. Byron didn't get the final interview honor, said Joseph. Daisy, are you going to watch that Cena interview? I'll watch it, but I won't watch it live. I'll just put it on in the, whilst I'm doing some other stuff. We do the breakdown afterwards and everything. I'm sure that interview is going to be great. We might have seen most of it, though, to be honest. There's been so many clips that have been shown from it. Here's LA Knight. Okay, LA Knight making his way down. Let's end the poll so we don't get confused. I was going to watch the World Cup after what FIFA did with that stupid award. I'm not going to bother, says Rob M. I don't know. Honestly, I'm not sure what would stop me from watching it. I'm so excited. That whole thing was stupid. And there was a lot of criticism of it, but I don't know. Long ago, I learned to separate FIFA and wrestling because FIFA have been corrupt for so long. Okay. Daze, I see wrestlers on the roster that struggle to get any reaction from live crowds. WWE's not going to be helping them with no character development. Trying to get them over by just matches is difficult, says Big Time. Yeah, I agree. LA Knight is main eventing on a Raw every week, but doesn't get any PLEs. LA Knight's had PLEs. He's featured at PLEs. Hannah said, Daze, was there ever a WWE moment that made you cry from overwhelming emotion? I felt emotion when Cody finished his story. I definitely felt that. I mean, that was not just Cody's moment. That was Dusty's moment and Dustin's moment. That was a Rhodes family moment. I thought they did a really great job, actually, of making that so big, you know? I mean, they obviously showed the picture of Dusty holding the WWE Championship back in the day, saying that, you know, he'd won the match but never won the title. Oh, what a sign. Sign in the crowd says Logan has got mid-card energy, and it was a really good drawing, actually. That's a great sign. Logan's got mid-card energy. So, yeah, definitely felt it with that. I think Roman, when he spoke about his leukemia, definitely felt that. I mean, I don't know about crying. But, you know, moments that, like, touched me, touched my soul. You know, think about those times where people had to retire, like Daniel Bryan or Edge when he had to retire early, you know. But then, like, the passing as well of, like, Eddie, the passing of Owen. I mean, all of these are moments that you can't help but be touched by. But I can't remember if I cried. I don't know. Goldberg retiring got me in tears, said Brony. Daze, do you like the Mania vignette things for the men and the women? It's nice to see something different. Yeah, I don't mind them. It's just to promote the belt, isn't it? It's just to promote the tickets, sorry. So, yeah, it's fine. Little showcase thing, it's fine. Right, here we go. Sign of the week done, and here comes Logan. Passing of Larry is crying worthy, said Taker. Are we going to see the masked man again, said Real John. I suppose there's a chance. Bray passing away. I nearly cried that night, said Jadam. Dad Stuff said, Daze, you definitely cried when Miss Elizabeth saved and reunited with Macho Man. Oh, that was great. That was great. WrestleMania 7. Joe, shout out to you, said Cody finishing the story was my emotional moment. Cody's return at WrestleMania 38 got me back into wrestling. I had just lost my father and I could really relate to Cody's feelings about how to honor his father. Wow. Joe, thank you, my friends. That's really interesting because it's not the kind of thing that I ever really think about, you know, that side of it. You know, the fact that you'd lost your dad and it meant something different to you. To me, it was Yeah, Dusty and family and all of that. But I mean, it hits different if you've lost a parent, doesn't it? So, and lost a father. So I can understand that totally. So, Joe, shout out to you, buds. Right now we got LA Knight and Logan battling away. Suplex there by LA Knight. People sending in their responses to Joe. We've got a little bit of a let's go Logan, but a louder Logan sucks chance. LA Knight with a inverted atomic drop. Paul Heyman coming down with Logan for this main event. LA Knight on the outsides, throwing in a shot. Logan goes down. Commentary table getting stripped by LA Knight. Double axe handle there by Logan. Double axe handle by Logan. Driving LA Knight into the edge of the ring. I think we should just get the reveal tonight, said Dr. Luchalala. We need something good on this show. Face first being smashed into the commentary table. Do we expect the mystery guy main event tonight? There's a chance. There's a chance. I actually wouldn't want it, though, because I feel like we've already seen the person once. LA Knight going over. Driving his shoulder into Logan, getting a 2 count. Days, when we think of this match, Usos, Javon Leon, Tivix. Oh, I'd love it, mate. That sounds great. That sounds good. Definitely put me down for that. I don't think they're going to keep Javon and Leon together, though. And that was one of my arguments for not giving them the NXT tag titles. Because I was like, I don't think they're, going to be a long-term team. Logan. Kick out there by LA Knight. As we go to commercial break. Rhino said, how about this? The masked man comes in to interfere. LA Knight stops him. They tussle. LA Knight comes out, holding the mask. And it's revealed it's Eli Drake, says Rob. Days, are you doing end of the year awards? No plans for that, buds. Leaving work, trying to catch up. Could the mystery wrestler be LA Knight? I don't think it's going to be LA Knight. I feel like it's already been reported as to who it is. And I don't see it being anyone really other than that. LA Knight back in the corner as Logan goes in. Usos should recreate their tag team music again so that they can yeet on it. It feels weird to see Jimmy's entrance just being ignored, said Sarthak. LA Knight is down. We are at commercial break right now. The mystery wrestler is Vince. is this going to be our main event? I mean, we've still got a little way to go, haven't we? Perhaps it isn't. Perhaps this isn't the main event. I mean, we're at commercial break right now. We've still got a long way to go, but I don't know what the main event would be. Saturday night's main event is to showcase new upcoming talent, but there's only 4 matches. So the people who only watch Raw and SmackDown are going to see 4 of the whole NXT roster, says Leo. Funky Fluffy said, what do we think of Logan's gear tribute to NWO? I don't give a flip. I just don't care. I don't care about anything to do with Logan Paul. He could be out there flipping a tribute to Lily, and I wouldn't give a flip. Rent-Free said, Daze, as someone who has watched WWE through the best years, how do you manage to watch this on a weekly basis? I got to tell you, I find it to be largely watchable even in 2025. There's enough talent that I really like. There's really not much that winds me up. There's not much that genuinely annoys me. There's a lot of mishandling of talent. And there's a lot of stuff that's nowhere near the height of what we've seen previous. But there's not much that makes the shows hard to watch. You might say it's a bit dull. You might say that it's, a bit inconsequent. But there's not much that I actively dislike. But there are a few bits on this week's episode that I actively dislike. Logan Paul being one of them, and him being showcased this much is one of the things I actively dislike. But I've got to accept it. I've got to get used to it. It's not stopping, and he's not going away. And he's young. And we spoke earlier about investing in talent that can give you a big return. Well, Logan can, I think he's like 28 or something, so you can get a big return out of Logan. And now they've got him aligned with Heyman. And, he's still with the vision. I mean, it does feel like we've took a pretty big step forward with Logan in recent weeks. Him being aligned with Heyman post-Survivor Series is a pretty big deal. I mean, Heyman can quite comfortably get Logan to a world heavyweight title. And he's 28. So, yeah, it's not a chore to watch, honestly. I really like WWE. I love WWE. And even in 2025, there's still plenty that I've enjoyed, like Rhea and Io and the Sammy Open Challenge, AJ Lee coming back. But I don't think this has been a good week, honestly. I think this week's Raw has been... none of the matches you lot have scored as great. It's been a little bit of storyline development, but I don't think this is a show I could necessarily recommend. 1, 2, LA Knight. Kick out there by Logan. AEW shows can be hard to watch, said Joseph. I think WWE has got a massive amount of media time and various platforms. It's not the Attitude Era anymore, that's true. But I'm not someone that is desperate for the Attitude Era to return. I'm not someone that's sitting here going, oh, I wish this was the Attitude Era. That's actually not me. But, yeah, it is true. If you are someone tuning in hoping for the Attitude Era, we are a long, long way away from that. Crowd are chanting, we want tables. Okay, here's the rest of the vision. Braun and Bronson are making their way down. Hanging around in the entranceway. Logan climbing up. 1, 2, Logan kick out. What's this mean? What does that mean? There's a post that's been put out here by TC of Wrestle Votes. What's that mean? That is definitely teasing something. Is that teasing the return of Braun or something? I don't know. What does that mean? Maybe we will find out. LA Knight planting Logan. LA Knight going over to the corner. Vision down on the outsides. So LA Knight has got the numbers against him. LA Knight going up. Elbow drop. I mean, I don't think we're going to do anything after this, are we? If we've got the Vision coming down. LA Knight with a shot there to Braun. Bronson is up on the other side. Referee did not see the outside interference by Bronson. You, out of there. He gets rid of Braun and Bronson. They've been removed. Shot coming in there by LA Knight. Going over the other side through the ropes. Down goes Logan. Shots coming in by LA Knight. It's a good crowd, actually. Live crowd are quite invested in this show. Oh, the mystery person again. Curb stomp. How's this mystery person avoiding security all the time? Didn't they chase him out the building? And he runs off again. I think we've gone to the well a few too many times there. Fine to have him in earlier. I don't know if I needed to see him again here. 1, 2, 3. Logan beats LA Knight. And I'm sure everyone's going to be thrilled. Right, let's get a poll. Stomping away. They're beating him down after. Braun is... he's got LA Knight in his sights. Logan's 30, said Ethan. Same range in it, 28, 30. Still got 15 years. I think you've got till your mid-40s as a really rough ballpark. It's not an exact science, but yeah, he's not like flipping 42 or something, is he? LA Knight is going to end up getting forgotten like Carrion, says Jacob. Okay, well, it's 10 minutes past. So LA Knight has just been murked. I really did wonder if someone was going to come down and make the save. Heyman's got a microphone. You can walk away from me now. So a couple of tsunamis. And looks like this show's going to end with like a promo segment. Could we get the reveal now, maybe? Gentlemen, and the things that you brought with you tonight. Okay, so Heyman doing a promo. This is happening during commercial break, isn't it? Why have they started this during commercial break? Saturday night is going to be commercial fields. We've still got 1 minute 20 until we're back from commercial break. You're not missing anything. He's just introducing Bron Breakker and introducing Bronson. So, I mean, he hasn't really said anything of substance at this point. He destroyed the legacy of your precious OTC. Because it's obvious she can't do her job right. You're winner of the match. He's stalling, isn't he? The masked man has got to be revealed soon, said Chris. Of course, Saturday night's main event will be commercial filled. It's always been commercial filled. Yeah. That was just Heyman doing whatever he could just to get through. He's just done intros for everyone, really slow. Nothing of substance has been said, and now we're back. That was a masterclass, really, of just filling time. I don't truly understand. Okay, now we're seeing LA Knight backstage. I don't understand what you're booing for. When you live in a hellhole. It does feel like we're building up to something quite big, though. It's very slow, which for the end of this show is a bit strange. It's very like... We've still got 15 minutes. I feel like all the momentum in the show has just gone. You will have a new heavyweight champion of the world, and his name is Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker steps forward. I think he's going to say a few words. CM Punk chants break out. Larry just passed. There's no way they're going to take the belt off Punk, says Humpty Vision Jr. I got one question, says Brom. Where is CM Punk? Where is the CM Punk? I don't mean where is he physically. I don't believe in this new nice guy. So Bron Breakker is saying that he doesn't believe in this version of CM Punk. Bron is cooking again, said Hawks fan. I don't want to face this new nice guy. He wants the old CM Punk. He doesn't want this nice guy CM Punk, because he can beat that easy. Yeah, I kind of like that. I like him calling out CM Punk, the CM Punk from the past. Give me the old CM Punk. I'm going to Braun break you. I'm going to Braun break you. Catchphrase alert. I'm going to Braun break you. Okay, there's LA Knight. He's down on his knees. I was going to say, he looked a bit weak. I'm glad they've gone back to LA Knight. Logan and Bronson are going to the back. Oh, is that what it is? Is LA Knight about to get tsunami'd on a car or something? Is that what WrestleVotes were saying? It's going to be Spear 1, 2, 3. They've given him this line backstage, haven't they? Say Spear 1, 2, 3 lots of times. See if you can get it over. I'm going to Braun break you. Spear 1, 2, 3. DDT. 5, 6, 7. Suplex. 8, 9, 10. It's just a fun way to learn numbers. Shot coming in by Logan. Logan and Bronson battling away with LA Knight backstage. They're going to put him through a table. He gets planted through a table. We run WWE. LA Knight still moving. What am I watching? I don't even know what I'm watching. I don't know what I'm watching. I'm watching LA Knight get murked, and no one wants to see that. Oh, yeah. Here we go. LA Knight over to a car. Knee coming in. This is bad, said Don. Ain't no one helping LA Knight. LA Knight fans, look away, turn away. I'm sorry, but they're going to murk your guy here. It's going to be good long term because obviously he's going to want revenge, but this might be a painful moment. This might be a painful moment. Right now, LA Knight is getting punched by Logan. Here's the big man. Big Bronson Reed, the feed. Oh, we just momentarily lost the feeds. Why did that just flicker? Was that just like a random technical problem? Or is that connected to something? I don't know. Might have just been a technical issue, but Tsunami by Big Bronson Reeds. Big that's how the show ends. But I wonder if that flicker was anything we need to pay attention to, or if it was just irrelevant. But we've seen that spot before, of course. Big Bronson Reed delivering that to Braun Strowman. So we have seen that spot before. It's a good-looking spot, but there we go. LA Knight fans, just when you thought your night wasn't going to get any worse. I mean, this is what it's like being a Sami Zayn fan, to be honest. Just when you think you've hit rock bottom, it turns out things can get worse. Turns out that things can get even lower. So that was awesome. I'm awake now, says Randy. I think the glitch might have been the Wyatts. Rested Andy said, I, for one, would like to wish LA Knight all the best in his future endeavours. Well, I don't think we're at that point. I think that I gotta say, man, this felt like a pretty rough episode of Raw to me. This felt pretty rough. Lots of matches that were fine, but nothing, according to you guys, got into the great range. Kyrie Io was good 92. AJ and Dragon Lee in that tag match, good 95. Roxanne Lyra, good 94. Logan LA Knight, good 86. So nothing getting into the great range. So no matches there that I would say if someone was like, oh, do I need to watch any of the matches? No. There is storyline progression, but I don't know. I'm just not here for Logan. I'm just not here to see Logan Paul get spotlighted and opportunities. It's just I just don't care. I just don't care about Logan. I don't like Logan. I don't want to watch a product where he is getting pushed on. It's go away heat. It's not, oh, he's really great. What a great heel. It's, I don't like this guy. I don't think he's a good person, and I don't want to watch him being pushed. So that's a bit of a barrier, right? Obviously, I don't like the Maxine stuff, and to see her tap out Natalya is this new version of Natty as well is beyond staggering to me. I mean, like, just when you think that whole thing can't get even more flipping confusing, like, you've now had to tap out this new version of Natty in what honestly felt like a bit of a cinematic match. I mean, we could have done a poll for that match. It was that long, that vignette. A couple of little bits in there backstage, but the way I'm feeling coming out of this Raw, this is honestly one of the Raws that has annoyed me. Probably as much as most, well, more than most Raws this year. Most Raws I watch and they're just, it's fine. Most Raws I watch and it's like, yeah, you know, at least we had a good opening match, or, you know, there was a bit of star power in there, a main event was pretty decent, or Roman was on the show, maybe Cena was on the show, and there was something like that. But, you know, there was no Seth, obviously, no Roman, no Cody, no Punk. Actually, there was no Becky. There was quite a bit of, like, star power that was missing here. We did get a glimpse of Rhea, but she wasn't wrestling. But yeah, no Roman, no Cody, no Seth, no Punk. Jay looking glum because he's been demoted. Yeah. Oh, well, look, my honest feelings are not great, but maybe I'm in the minority. Perhaps people really enjoyed this show. We didn't get the reveal of the mystery person, but I wasn't necessarily expecting that, so this is like a humiliation ritual. That's the reaction to how LA Knight has just been treated. To be honest, I don't think I'll be in the minority, because one thing I can rely on actually is LA Knight fans, because I would imagine they're pretty upset with how this week went. So if I am a bit down on this show, I think LA Knight fans might join me, actually. I think on this, we're going to stand together and be like, yeah, no, that wasn't it. Brandon said, I was hoping that the masked man would be revealed. Yeah. They might keep it going, honestly, until we get to January. Joe said, Cody's story gave me some clarity on how to honor my pops. Joe, shout out to you, bud. That was a great comment. Cryptic MMA, hello, said I appreciate you, Daze. Before I had money to buy UFC pay-per-views, I'd watch your streams, and I appreciate you. Never stop doing what you do. Oh, Cryptic MMA, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate the support. I'm really pleased for MMA fans that it's going to be more accessible, the shows for them now. I think that's great. Really great. I think like that being a barrier for people not being able to watch the live events just really sucks. You know, really, really sucks. So next year, we're going to see a lot more accessibility for those cards. You know, that pay-per-view model goes. And so I think as long as you're subscribed to, I think it's ESPN Plus, isn't it? As long as you're subscribed to that, then you'll get access to those big monthly shows. So yeah, shout out to you, Cryptic MMA. I appreciate the kind words. And I'm really, really pleased for MMA fans that they'll be able to enjoy those shows on a more regular basis now. 107 Carnage said Natty got humbled in a promo by Maxine. She's buried forever. Well, I don't know that she's buried forever, but it's definitely not the way I wanted that new version of her to be presented. Right, I can see people putting in their thoughts, and I really do appreciate that. We do have a different way for you to share your thoughts, though, and that is on X. So I'm going to put the feedback request up right now. I'm going to be back in about 5 minutes to do the post-show breakdown. But if you join us for that, you can hear me talk about this show. I'm not going to be very kind. Genuinely, this, I think, is up there with one of my least favorite Raws of the year, which feels a bit extreme. But if it doesn't give you much, like, great stuff, if there's not much there that you really enjoyed, and actually there's a couple of things that you really didn't enjoy, then, you know, this is where you start getting dragged down. Normally what happens is we get a few bits that are all right. We don't really get anything I hate. And so I tend to stay in that sort of 6 range. But actually here we got a few bits that were okay. There was a few moments during matches, a little bit of storyline development. But actively there's a couple of things here I really dislike, which is going to have dragged my score down. So, yeah, this one for me was not great. But, hey, you're going to get that. We'll get that next year as well. You get that every year. So, hopefully we can bounce back. And very much looking forward to this weekend. I don't see Saturday being any issue. So, feedback required. What did you think about Raw? Get in your thoughts. In a weird way, in a really sick way, I actually think this is going to be quite good for LA Knight, because he just got murked in the main event of Raw. He's going to want revenge on that. So even though it might feel quite flat right now, kind of disappointing right now, if you're an LA Knight fan, I actually think he might be all right coming out of this. It's kind of like, yeah, this is going to sting and this is going to be a bitter pill to swallow, but he is going to come after the Vision, isn't he? He's going to come after the Vision. He ain't going to fade away now. He's going to be away for a little bit to sell the injury, but then he'll come back with a vengeance and he'll go after Logan and he'll go after Bronson. And I wonder what backup he'll have, though, because he's going to need backup. He can't do it on his own. Give me more NXT NA now, said Joseph. Why did Jay crash out and then next week just go into the tag division with no story? I think there might be a story, actually, and I think that story might be that he is still crashing out. It's just that rather than completely spiral and completely lose it, his brother has stepped in and said, look, come on. Let's reunite. Let's get back to some good times, good vibes. And so, we can turn this skid around. Let's reform the Usos, go after the tag division, get some gold again. So, I mean, it might not be that they've abandoned the story. That frustration, I'm sure, is still there with Jay. But It could just be that we are now pivoting and moving the story. So, this is why he's stepping away, because he'd been on a losing skids and his brothers reached out. Jimmy did say that he'd done that, but it's really hard to not see that as like a demotion, to be honest. I have already done the thumbnail. I've actually already sorted out the thumbnail for the breakdown video. It feels a little bit harsh because it's a picture of Jay with the word demoted as like a question. I'll show it you. I haven't uploaded it yet, but I literally just made it whilst I was... whilst that Logan match was on, because I was like, I ain't got no interest in watching this, to be honest. But it feels a little bit harsh, but I'm not saying he has been demoted. I suppose in a way it's a little bit of a question. Has he? Demoted? Question mark? Does kind of feel that way, doesn't it? So that's the quick little thumbnail I just chucked together whilst Logan was wrestling. And actually, I'm going to go off and do that video right now. Don't forget, you can share your thoughts on X. I'm going to do the breakdown, and then I'm going to do the review video, and then I'm going to work on Unseen. There wasn't really much yesterday for Unseen, but over the weekend and a few bits today, we've got more than enough for an episode now, so I need to go and work on all of those things. So thank you for joining us. Sorry it wasn't more fun. I wish it was. I genuinely struggled with this episode. I didn't enjoy it. Honestly, this is a rare one that I just didn't really get much enjoyment out of. And I think that kind of showed in the stream, to be honest. The only thing I would say is that whenever I say something's good or I'm really enjoying something, I hope people have confidence that I'm not just being like a WWE shill. I'm not just sat there saying it for the sake of saying it. Like, if I'm saying it, it's because I mean it. And this week, I just didn't really enjoy Raw. And I didn't think it was a very good show. I do think there are a few things there, though. This isn't a 1 or a 2. Like, there's, it's probably going to clock in about 5 for me. But, there was still some stuff there. But, yeah, I think if we were to rank them all, this is going to come quite low for me. But anyway, let's have a look, shall we? We'll walk through the show and see where we end up. So I'm going to go and do the breakdown. Thank you so much for joining us. Really do appreciate it. And I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.